gonna go live, and hopefully everything still works after 2 weeks of me being stricken down with the fleams. So I just have to see if anyone. Well, James already found his way, so that's nice. OBS is reconnecting.
Hey, I found us too, and we are live. Hey, hello.
Wow.
Hey, James.
That's the epic. It begins. It begins indeed. Now let's people arrive here. But yes, hello. I have returned from the dead. Apparently I am quiet. That's illegal. Let me twist my knob. And let me see. That should be better. That should be better. I twisted my knob, and I am louder on my headset, and the mixer says so too. So there we go. What the heck? Mootle is alive? Yeah, I am alive. After those two, that was like I haven't been that sick in a long time. Normally when I get sick, I like sleep for 2 days and then I'm fine. But this time was like, no, you actually need to go to the doctors and get a note for work. It's like, god damn, I haven't done this since I lived here in this flat. So they're like, do you have like a doctor here already? I'm just like, actually I don't. But there was one pretty close, and you know what? They were quite effective. I could actually just book everything online, which was not a thing I was able to do last time I went to the doctors. So that was quite nice. I was like, I have this appointment then. And I went there, and they're like, yes, you do have one, so you can go step right through. I did not need to wait for an hour and die in the waiting room, so that was quite nice. But yeah, I was just kind of sneaming and sneezing and snorting. DSP would have been proud of me, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I just recovered for 2 weeks. The cough is still a bit there, so pardon me if there's still some coughing happening. But it's way better, so just waiting that out. But it's time to go back to work, so we are back. And I made Marc watch this movie way earlier than he needed to. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay, though. Sometimes we have to cover slop.
We do have to cover slop, indeed. Also, this is when you bring Creetosis on and not when I force you on your Fallout arc, for shame. I mean, I can still invite him back. It's not the first time he's here.
Yeah.
So that's no worries. But I mean,
have we done a Fallout episode?
No. James has been trying to get me to play Fallout for a while, specifically New Vegas.
I was about to say, that's the one to play.
Yeah. Also, if you can handle 90s RPGs, 1 and 2 is worth playing as well.
They always look kind of cool. I probably do want to play those. But
I fired both of them up to get footage for Mahler's videos, but I've not played them in full.
Right. I mean, I'm currently getting ready for my Last of Us arc. I actually bought the remaster for my PlayStation, so I'm going to be playing through that for the first time. So that should be fun to some degree.
The original
one? Both. I haven't played any of them.
So did you get The Last of Us remastered
Yes.
or The Last of Us Part 1?
The remastered, because I'm not paying $60 for a remaster on.
And the remaster runs quite nicely too.
It's also only $20 and not 60. It's like, when I saw those prices, I actually asked James on my Discord, like, which one should I get? And it's like, yeah, this is probably the best one to get right now. Unfortunately, the second one is gonna cost me at least $40, so I might actually just get the PC version because it doesn't really make a difference in price, whichever version I get, I think.
Yeah, the shooting might be better with a mouse too.
Yeah. But didn't the second one have like problems with performance on PC?
Well, the second one's not out on PC yet. I think it's coming out April 3rd or something like that. I think it's like right around the time season 2 starts.
The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. That's on Steam for $50. Oh, 3rd of April. You are right. Well, I get.
Yeah.
Well, I'm probably gonna start with that game before, and that's probably gonna be, what is this, like $50? I don't know. I probably just get it on PlayStation then.
They should have released it on April 1st.
Yeah. So yeah, this is gonna be what I'll be playing. I had plans to play different games. I meant to play some Pirate Yakuza yesterday because I thought it's gonna be on Game Pass, but it's actually only available on Xbox, so I could buy it there. And because I'm not gonna finish it anytime soon, I didn't buy it just to play it for one thing. I'll tell you, Trooper, what's up, man?
I actually did. I've been enjoying it. The new Yakuza games tend to not launch on Game Pass. They just eventually show up there.
Yeah.
Although,
yeah.
I mean, I guess Man Who Erased His Name launched on Game Pass. And
I'm pretty sure it did, yeah.
This is the next one of those. Like, it's the next action, shorter RPG-ish, like, Yakuza game where you're fighting like Virtua Fighter. And although this one, like, once you get the swords, it goes pretty crazy as far as like the things you.
I mean, having Majima as the main guy in that game is just a good move. It's just very fitting. Yakuza, fun games. They're really, really fun to play. Lots of content.
It's a good kind of setup too. Like he basically washes up on a random Hawaiian island and has amnesia, so he doesn't really know who he is, and he like befriends this like little sickly boy and kind of just like basically some pirates kind of give the kid shit, and then he ends up just kicking the shit out of all of them, and he's like, oh, well, yeah, I could be your friend, I guess, and then yada yada yada, he becomes a pirate captain.
Yakuza games are always fun because the main storyline is like this big drama, and then you do all the side content where you just beat up people with diapers on. It's hilarious. I fucking love those games.
I would recommend watching, like, because you didn't play Infinite Wealth, right?
That's one of the turn-based ones, right?
Yeah, it's the newest turn-based.
Yeah, I don't enjoy that combat quite as much, so yeah, I didn't play this.
I would recommend watch like a story synopsis or something, because the story, this is basically like an epilogue to that, as far as like at least where I am now. I'm in chapter 2, and it starts getting into a lot of, hey, here's what happened after the events of Infinite Wealth, and it all might seem like they're referring to things that will not really ever get explained in that much depth in this game. And it's like, wait, hold on. There was like a cult that was like storing nuclear waste at a thing, and then the Yakuza were involved somehow. What's going on here?
Yeah, fun stuff. It's been so long since the last streamer video, and this is the movie that brings Metal out of retirement. Lame. I was ill. Fuck you, Odin, you piece of shit. Black Widow is the worst MCU movie. Black Widow is quite awful. Black Widow is pretty bad. The thing is that at least it doesn't.
Worst MCU movie is becoming a very difficult question. It's probably more difficult than best.
The thing is, we're always like going around in the one area, and I think this one here is probably going to be at 2, which makes it one of the better movies of the current phase. But it's dude, this is all an absolute shambles. It already has like the positive that it doesn't destroy any universes for once. So that's
I mean, I guess it does destroy the concept of human vulnerability in the MCU, I suppose.
Oh, we'll talk all about what they think the super serum is, and how fucking he doesn't need it. He's invincible with all this tech. He's ugly.
Yeah, he must be a mutant. He is immune to concussions, I'm telling you.
Oh, he's just more powerful than Steve ever was with all that tech. It's actually insane. His tech is it's crazy. It's absolute insanity. Yeah, well, there's plenty to talk about. I have lots of notes. I'll try to keep it snappy, but I've been gathering lots of notes for this because I am working on a video for this movie, and yeah, we'll see how fast that goes. But I got my work cut out for me. There's lots to talk about with this, and lots of comparisons to be made, and world building to discuss. Because guys, did you know that the world building in the MCU is actually really bad right now?
Yeah, it's been pretty bad for quite some time.
I will say it's a bit refreshing to see a movie without any multiverse crap in it.
Oh, I guess they kind of hint at it at the post-credit scene. That's totally useless.
I've
God.
seen it in my calculations. Like, it's good for you, but we already know that's a thing. But yeah. I have no Wukong fortune, I must scream. Oh yeah, I have to dip a whole lot of games for now. Unfortunately, that flu knocked me behind on things so hard. I meant to play like through Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. I did play it a little bit offline. It's quite fun.
Yeah,
it's a weird game to play. It feels weird, but also satisfying. It has a specific feeling with the combos.
I know, and I sort of wonder how much of my comfort with that is just spending like hundreds of hours playing Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2 on like Xbox and
maybe
360 back in the day. Like muscle memories just kicking in.
Yeah. But yeah, it's nice and brutal. Lots of decapitations happening, lots of arms flinging around, lots of blood.
Amputations galore. It's my people right there. Created constantly.
You have to do that, and then you hit the button to kill them fully, or execute them. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's you can go from why are they bullying me so hard to holy shit, I just annihilated those 4 people. It's fun.
Yeah,
it's fun.
I think understanding that blocking is very important, and that dodging is not really your primary means of defense is the big difference if you've been playing Souls games and stuff like that for quite some time, because man, getting out of the way of attacks is not nearly as important as tanking and countering them.
But you also can't just block forever. After like a couple of hits, you get like staggered, and then they fuck your shit up.
Yeah. You gotta learn the
imagine
system.
my surprise when one of these people that only had one of these ninjas with only one leg crawled over to me and just exploded in my face, and I was like, oh okay, that's a thing. So yeah, it's quite fun. It's on Game Pass. It's worth a shot. I think I played through the first level and I think like half of the second one. So yeah, Metal released the TKO files.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 kind of threw me off Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. I'm pretty close to the end though. I think I'm on like chapter 15 or something. And
nice.
I have the true dragon sword. I'm going up Mount Fuji.
Nice.
There's some new levels though in this one, like where you get to play as some of the Dead or Alive girls and Rachel.
Remember, you have to dedicate a total 45-ish hours to The Last of Us 2. Good luck. I mean, I have until the end of April. I'm pretty sure I can pull that off.
Yeah, 45 hours. It won't take you that long.
I also...
well, I mean, I guess for both of them maybe, but yeah.
Yeah. Also in the foreseeable future, I have like only one thing happening IRL, where we go play laser tag, which was actually supposed to be happening the week I got the flu, so we had to move that back, which was actually kind of nice. I looked for like canceling that thing, and then I wrote an email, but they didn't come back to me the next day. So I called them. I was like, "Hey, what about the cancellation? I read there's like a fee." And they're like, "No, it's fine. You can just give you a like a coupon with the full price, and you can just book a new date with that." I was like, "Oh, sick! That's awesome." So I can just move it 2 weeks to next week. We can play some laser tag with the friendos. So yeah, I was very happy that they just basically refunded fully with a coupon, and I can just book it again. So that was awesome. But after this, I'm probably just gonna be in full working mode for quite a bit, getting this video done, and also playing through The Last of Us in preparation for season 2 at the end of April. So yeah, I'm back in the saddle, getting shit done. The thing is, I'm looking from around in my flat and see what a mess it is, because I've just been lying on the couch or on my bed for 2 weeks, so there's no one else here to clean it up. So I'm just trying to get a hold of everything, go back to normal. So yeah, the things are happening, and now we're back here with a forge. And I scoured the online homies, and only Creetosis was like, "Yeah, I can do it." Random was busy with his own videos. I asked M. He also had the flu. He is just getting better. But yeah, it was very spontaneous anyway. I didn't expect anyone to show up or have time, but Creetosis is coming in clutch to join us for this pain. So Thanks for that. Good stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And I mean, that's basically the preamble. Just back to work, getting back in the groove, if you will, and yeah. I guess I'm just gonna take my notes. Obviously, you won't have the full movie in the background. You'll get some trailer footage for moving pictures, so you don't get bored, because that's how the internet works, I think. Let's get the volume down, and I'm just gonna go right into my notes, and we just follow along with these. But I guess before even starting with this, I was like, okay, I'm ready for this movie, okay? So I know it's coming out. Let me do my homework. So it's like, I'm gonna go watch First Avenger, Captain America. Watch that. Pretty good movie. Good just archetype of what a hero is supposed to be. Sets up Steve Rogers as what he is. Then he gets the serum. And he just does hero stuff. And at the end, he decides to sacrifice his own life to save other ones. Pretty simple, pretty good. It's a good movie. I really like First Avenger. I forgot how actually good it is. So, was very happy to see that. Obviously, no Sam Wilson in that one yet, because that one is pretty much all based in
he isn't
World War
alive
times.
until the final scene.
Yeah. Winter Soldier, Captain America 2. Not nearly as good as the first one. Lots of plot armor going around. It's a bit wonky. They getting away with as much as they do is kind of unbelievable with the resources they have to go against. But still some good character stuff. We have some setups and everything that I still quite enjoy. Just getting Steve to where he is, trying to grasp with where he is right now. Pretty good.
World building twist in Winter Soldier 2 with the like Hydra having infiltrated SHIELD thing. Like that was a pretty big deal when it was first revealed.
Stopping all of the SHIELD program is kind of retarded. That's probably not a thing that should have happened, because the SHIELD is very useful. But I guess they were like, no, we can't do that because we might get infiltrated again, I think is the idea. So we just gotta shut it all down. And also them building just 3 helicarriers, just carriers, or airships, that can just kill people if they calculate that they might do something bad, and they can just snipe them from the air, which is like, holy shit. That's what's that movie? Minority Report? Was that the movie that did that? Yeah.
Pre-crime, but that was my reference.
And but still puts everything in the dust we get these days. Obviously, it's still like a movie you watch. And then I watched Civil War. Civil War is goated. That movie is awesome. The conflict is fantastic. It's just Steve standing up for what he believes is right, Tony as the counterpart and everything. It's just really good fucking drama. Zemo is awesome. And love me some Civil War. Is so good. Love that movie. And then I had to watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which I didn't watch when it came out. And I watched that, and I watched the first episode. It's like, oh, I'm in clown territory now. Awesome. That was whiplash for real. Like, going from Civil War to that show was like insane. When I stopped watching, I was like, I'm going to watch like 2 or 3 episodes, just play some Path of Exile on the side, just have it on. I was able to bear 1 episode. It's like, I think I'm good for tonight. This is, it was so bad. The whole thing that, like, I forgot about the loan thing. I was aware of it, but when it actually happened, I was like, are you serious? I just saw you do a specialized military action, which is probably going to pay you a fuck ton of money, and you're telling me you need a loan to get this little shitty boat to be yours and get everything in order. Also, obviously, the thing being that apparently Tony didn't do anything for all the Avengers to set them up for something. And also just, I think Quantum Mania came out after this, and Ant-Man basically just went like, yeah, I just wrote a book, and it sold amazingly, everybody likes me, and I'm doing very well for myself because I'm not stupid, apparently. And Quantumania was awful,
I mean,
but
you'd figure after that any Avenger with money troubles, which off the bat is a silly concept, but should just be like, okay, I'm gonna hire a ghostwriter to just do a quick autobiography thing, and then just rake in the money from
you
that.
could probably just do like appearances everywhere because you were part of the Avengers to at least some
go
degree.
to Comic-Cons. Like,
It shouldn't be
actually.
If you were an Avenger and you have money problems, I'm sorry, that's on you. Like I don't know what you're doing, dude.
So promote a supplement on social media or something.
Yeah, and then they're trying to say, "Oh, we've just been living on the goodwill of people." It's like, no, you didn't. Just shut up.
Wait,
what are you
walk
talking
around
about?
and be like, "Hey, I'm Falcon. You got $20?" Like,
It's so stupid. Like, go to Pepper Potts. It's like, hey, can you help me out? Like, it's for some reason it's rough right now. There's like, I don't see any issue with that. But we forgot that she's still around. But she's, from what I remember, she's currently the CEO of Stark Enterprise. So I'm sure she's gonna help out all the Avenger people because they know each other. But nope, we need to do this weird drama because that show was so politicized to shit. It was such an embarrassing show. I hated it. It was so bad. They really want you to hate John Walker, and they do everything to make me like, no, he's actually pretty cool. I like him. Can we have more of him? The only reason they give us to hate this character is because, see, Bucky and Sam hate him. It's like, yeah, but they behave like children in this in this show. Like, what do you want me to do?
Even when like Bucky and Sam are being pissed at him, and like I think it was the first episode or the second episode. I think it might be the second one, but he's just like being super nice to them. He's like, hey, cool guys are on this mission with us. Like, let's help each other out. And they're like, fuck you.
Oh, you bastard. But the way they also set it up, they show like Sam putting like the shield into like a stand, which I guess they were gonna put into the museum or whatever. And then the next episode, here's a new Captain America. It's like, oh, I guess nobody told Sam about this after he put the shield to rest, basically. It's so fucking silly. John Walker would have been such a much more interesting character. They introduce him and he's like super respectful. He's like, yeah, Steve, he's like an inspiration. He was so awesome. I wanna do this as well. I wanna do him good. And then they have a sidekick and friend, and then he gets fucking killed. And he has like this rage going on, and he kills that one terrorist, which he was still a terrorist. Like I feel like he still made a mistake the way he did do it, because I think he didn't actually kill him like directly or something. I already forgot, but it's
Well, no, doesn't he like smash his face in with the shield?
No, I mean the guy he does kill with the shield. I think he's not like directly responsible for killing the guy. I think.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I did not do a rewatch.
That's fine, but yeah, he was still like he's still like a threat or whatever. I think like obviously optics wise, it's kind of bad because he was like surrounded by civilians, and then they do the thing. It's like, yeah, but that's something you could deal with and then move on. Like, this is just a mistake he might have made in a way.
The guy a little too hard in a combat scenario.
And then,
although, I mean, I guess like the guy's sort of, isn't he like down and giving up at the time? Like again, it's been a while since I've seen it.
Yeah, Terrace held John down so Carly could stab him. Oh, okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, just threw a concrete fountain at John. Yeah, but yeah. In any case, he did he killed like an active threat, so I don't know what was going on with like the terrorists sympathizing in that movie. It was kind of weird to see Sam do that. I think they were trying to go with his like his old job where he.
Just your point of view. Like,
I think they were kind of leveraging the therapy stuff he did in Winter Soldier, right? Like the counseling. So I think that was their idea, but they made him like just a terrorist sympathizer. It was really weird. And then they just take away John's shield and break his arm after he just lost someone. And it's like, yeah, you idiot, you fucked up. And then he gets like disavowed by the government, and suddenly all of the crowd is like, oh, fuck you, boo. And it's like, what a clown show am I watching? It's insane. It's crazy. It was an awful show. And obviously we have the whole you gotta do better senator meme. It's like, Jesus Christ, like
that's the last episode.
Yeah. And then I think in the last episode, John Walker also had the scene where he throws away the shield he has to save the civilians on that truck, which I was like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. But then he take this away from him because Falcon does the... Well, at this point, he's Captain America, I guess, but you know what I mean. He uses like his thrusters to get everything back up. And then for some reason, he gets like the vibranium wings, which he now has here, from Wakanda, even though Wakanda would never give like this technology to like America. It's all fucked. It's like completely fucked, and it was an awful show. I hated it. And after you watch this show, it's like, oh wow, this is the new Captain America. That's okay. And I started watching this movie, and all of a sudden they start talking about the Incredible Hulk characters. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Betty? Who the fuck is Stern? I don't remember any of these characters. And it's like, well, I watched the movie, and I started watching the EFAP on it for like more research and filling in some gaps for myself as well, because that's just good to do. Check out other people's stuff. I was like, I guess I have to fucking rewatch Incredible Hulk now. And I did, and it was like, oh, that movie is not great, but it's still like a movie. It's still like a 4, probably. Like, this is the bar we were at some point. Like, nobody really liked Incredible Hulk. And I get it. It's not like a very captivating movie for the most part, but there's still some good, fun stuff in there and good stuff, character-wise. And I was like, wow, I can't believe they actually made me rewatch this, because who in their right mind thought, oh, if I go watch Captain America 4... I have to watch Incredible Hulk from 20 years ago. Like, nobody thought that, including me, and I was actively preparing for this movie, and I did watch it. It's like, okay, I guess this is where these characters came from. All right, good to know, because it was one of these rewatches. Like, did I watch this movie like ever?
I saw it in theaters when it came out.
Because I didn't remember shit from this movie.
I remember a little of it.
But yeah, it's the only thing it also not the only thing it also reinforced to me how laughable of a show She-Hulk is, where she just goes like, I have it so bad because I'm getting catcalled. It's like, he was living in Brazil and then on the streets. And then he tried to kill himself, but the Hulk didn't let him die. And he was begging for money in the street to get clothes and was on the run for 5 years. But yeah, She-Hulk, you have it so bad. It's like, fuck off. She-Hulk sucks.
She probably has trouble getting a loan despite being an actively working lawyer.
Yeah. And yeah, it's stupid. Someone is raiding, but for some reason this is still... Oh, it's Extra Girl. Thanks for the raid. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Extra Girl.
I don't know why YouTube decided to make these things white on white. I wonder if it's because my chat is in dark mode. So then it puts like the white on white. It's fucking stupid.
It's just because we're talking about one of the worst movies that is possibly imaginable.
But yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate that. Very cool.
Yeah. Thanks.
So yeah,
and they are safe.
That was all my prep, and when I watched all of that stuff, because I actually watched Incredible Hulk after I watched the Captain America 4, and I started thinking, it was like, man, imagine just watching Captain America 1 through 4, and how confused you gotta be.
even watching Winter Soldier and Civil War might confuse you a bit because there's like Avengers movies that you sort of need to watch to understand the context of both of them.
Yeah, but you still have enough for like Steve to understand his like position and what his position is, right?
Yeah.
But if you go from like Civil War to Brave New World, it's like, wait, who the fuck is this? Where's Steve? What happened? It's just funny because I saw it
Difference.
because apparently
Like they don't feel like they exist in the same series at all, really.
exactly.
This movie has a real Disney Plus like made for TV movie vibe.
Yeah, and funny enough, Kojima he does like tweets about movies he watches sometimes, and normally I thought he would give it the treatment of I just saw Captain America Brave New World.
Brave New World, period. Yeah, like,
But he says, hang on, let me put it. I watched Captain America Brave New World in IMAX. I vaguely remember Sam receiving the shield in Endgame, but when did he officially become Cap? Is it because I haven't seen the Falcon and the Winter Soldier? And what's this about the Avengers being reorganized? I'm also getting it mixed up with the Thunderbolts trailer. It's like,
wait a second, where's Bucky? I thought Bucky was in this. I mean, I guess he kind of is, but not much.
Oh boy.
so yeah, if Kojima is even like, I'm very confused by this, and doesn't even give it like the I don't know, the soft treatment he normally does, where it's like, I watched this. It's like, yeah, okay, so something is going wrong, and obviously this movie is bad. It's bad, guys. It's bad. So yeah, this was like
it is very not good. If you have not seen it, you should not watch it. And
No.
Prep for possibly 3 to 4 hours of me being upset. Can't speak for these two guys, but yeah, no, like even talking about this movie, thinking about it upsets me. Like I'm just like, oh my god, like this.
It's a whole mess. So yeah, it's so much prep, and the funny thing is, you don't actually need to watch the first 3 Captain America movies as prep for this. It doesn't help you like at all. The only thing it does is show you comparison, because there's a bunch of stuff in here that they kind of just stole from Winter Soldier, but in a worse way. Like there's like things in here is like, oh, this is how they did it in the other movie, but way worse, and they're just doing very weird things here. So the only thing that actually helps you watching is kinda the Incredible Hulk, just to remind you who these characters are that they're talking about, although that are in this movie.
Well, and I guess Falcon and Winter Soldier to learn about things like Isaiah
And Falcon and Winter Soldier, yeah. So
like, I mean, honestly, the actor who plays him pretty good in this movie. Doesn't have a ton to do, but I think that like the good performance scenes are almost entirely that guy. Like when he's sad about being locked up and stuff.
Yeah. And that brings us to Captain America: Brave New World.
Yeah.
And the movie starts. Hey guys, you remember Thaddeus Ross? I never know how to pronounce it properly.
Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross.
Thunderbolt Ross. I just call him Ross because the Thaddeus, it's just a tongue twister from my German tongue. I don't know, it's weird.
Originally played by the late William Hurt.
Yeah, because if you're confused why Harrison Ford is playing this, they have to recast him because the original actor unfortunately died, which is a shame because apparently he was looking forward to the Red Hulk stuff, and he was actually pretty good as Ross, because he took the role seriously, unlike Harrison Ford, because he just plays grumpy Harrison Ford in this movie, like he does with all the movies he's in these days.
He does have a history of being a late act villain in a film. Mm-hmm. History of Violence. He's the brother in History of Violence at the end.
Right.
Yeah, it's a great scene too.
And we start by seeing that Ross, he's the new president of the United States.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, why? How did that happen? What?
I'm guessing because this movie was still conceptualized during the time that Hollywood was just like, okay, how can we make this about Trump?
I guess. Because this is funny, because the last president we saw I'm pretty sure was in Secret Invasion. The show where they established there's a billion Skrulls on Earth since the 90s. Just throwing that out there as a reminder, because that's really funny and stupid. But yeah, we immediately start the movie with some amazing exposition where there's like this other lady that's like his assistant, and he just talks about she talks about like, oh, what about Betty, your daughter? Has she still not called? It's like, oh god, what an exposition line! Holy shit!
I thought that Liv Tyler was not showing up in this movie at any point, and that was like a meta thing with her being like, "No, sorry, we can't get her."
Well, it was just funny because she is in this movie at the end.
I know, but I was like, okay, I guess that's how they're explaining no Liv Tyler. But she has a
because
cameo.
It's funny because they know people don't remember the Incredible Hulk characters from 20 years ago. I sure fucking didn't.
This is one of those lines I find annoying because it's so absurdly easy to fix. Just have him say, "Hey, has my daughter called?"
Yeah.
It's like, you don't have to do.
Oh, your daughter Betty Ross, played by Liv
Falcon,
Tyler,
Han Solo type shit on this.
who also played Arwen in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's like a really gross and horrible exposition line. Because like, Betty, your daughter, it's like, yeah, she's my daughter. I know who she is. Thank you. But yeah, if you don't remember at the end of Incredible Hulk, she's like, don't ever talk to me again because you did the thing to Bruce, my boyfriend, and now I'm angry at you. And
who I don't talk to anymore, apparently. Like,
no.
She's not been mentioned since Edward Norton was playing the Hulk.
Yeah, it's funny.
Let's also get that out of the way.
It's funny to think that Bruce never actually went back to try to talk to her. It's like, hey, I actually got this under control though pretty well. Like, we can hang out again.
I'm sort of one of the most important people in the world, and everyone loves me now, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, we can get back together.
Look, I'm big green and can dab. Woo! Like, oh
God.
Now I'll break up with you.
Yeah. That's why they never got back together.
She saw that.
Smart Hulk.
Yeah. So yeah, in case you didn't remember that character, there you go. We got that. And we see him, he takes like some medicine, and apparently he celebrates togetherness because it's like his 100th day as a president or something. And everyone is like, oh, he was much more aggressive in the past because he's Thunderbolt Ross, and people wonder if he will be able to even coexist with the new Captain America because Sokovia Accords, and he was for that, but And then we see Sam has like some free drinks in the bar, and there's like more hilarious exposition as a news report that has like some funny headlines. I think I haven't written it down yet. I have to check back again. I'm still like kind of gathering all the details for the review eventually. But I think there's like a line that on the screen that says, daughter Betty Ross, ex-girlfriend of Bruce Banner. I think that says it in the news report. It's like, why is this a thing? Like, this is fucking awful.
Yeah, that's not super relevant to the news. When you think about it, it's like...
They basically use this news report as like a exposition thing, which you can do, but they do it in such a hilarious way that would never happen in the news reports. It's just funny because if you think back in...
RoboCop did it best.
If you, that was a pretty good one too. I always think back, for some reason that one always stands out to me as like a good one, is in Iron Man, when they're at this gala and they give us a little bit of background on him in like a minute or so, and they just use because he's about to get an award, and it's like pretty normal. It's like pretty normal that people get like these reels of information about them when they're nominated or get an award or something. And it's like, hey, he's this, he did this, and this, and they just kind of quickly throw it out there in like a minute or less than a minute. It's not super long, but there's there's enough information in there where it's like, oh, okay, cool, thank you. And it makes sense in universe and doesn't make it so jarring like this weird news report where they're in a bar. So yeah, we're already off to an awful start. But yeah, also Sam gets some free drinks in the bar because everybody likes him, I guess. So, hooray.
Yeah, now that he's Captain America, he can get bank loans and he gets free drinks.
Well, we get there later, but
Falcon, but Captain America.
he has like his cap cave like the big fucking Captain America headquarter thingy. It's like, oh, okay. But that basically just leads us to the first big action scene with Captain America. I think there's nothing in between. I feel like I missed something, but it's just all like very clunky exposition we get.
Honestly,
here.
I remember it starting with the action scene that we talked about. And then when you started mentioning that that the assistant talking to Ross at the beginning, I was like, oh yeah, that the political rally thing, or the election night. And it's a time jump too. Jumps like 5 months.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. We do that for reasons, I guess, because we need to get to this. Oh, I think
we need to assume that he's been president. For a while.
So I think the 100 days, that's not now. I think that's a little bit later. The next time we see him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was.
Right. But yeah, he has like the big.
It's before the mission though, isn't it? Like the time jump. I mean.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, they go to Mexico.
Right.
Hijinks ensue.
We get a big first action scene, and I think Sam just scoffs like, "Oh, we need to be sneaky." It's like sneaky, LMAO, whatever. And then he just goes down to the ground with his suit, does a superhero landing. Everybody just looks at him. He just says, "Oh, wait for it," and then the wind follows him down, which I assume is breaking the.
Either.
Is him breaking the sound barrier?
It's a shockwave that. So he hit the ground at the speed of sound.
Yes.
In his like nebulously vibranium suit, because I've seen a lot of stuff saying that his suit was vibranium, but also it's not really treated that way for most of the
movie. Because that's a whole issue. We could talk about it a little bit when he fights the guy with the knife that cuts his suit, which is made out of vibranium, and it's never really mentioned ever again.
Except for in post movie interviews.
Yeah, but already it's like, oh, did you take the super serum? Because you should be mush right now if you hit the ground and with the speed of sound. Your suit is vibranium. You're not made out of vibranium.
Yeah, no, like everything that the writers do with him in this movie treats him as if he is effectively invulnerable.
Yes,
and I don't know why they do that, because wouldn't the interesting thing about having a non-superpowered person be Captain America, having it be so that he needs to really think of some interesting ways to fight, and
well, it would be. But he has like all this tech now, so he's actually stronger than Steve Rogers ever could be. It's actually insane how the power creep has been so crazy with the technology now. It's insane.
And, like, realistically though, like, why not just make him a full vibranium suit? Like, if you're Wakanda and you're like, hey, we want this Captain America to like do really well, so we're gonna make him these wings. Like, they made just normal ass dress suits made out of vibranium in the Black Panther movies. Why wouldn't they just make him a Captain America suit?
Well, I'm pretty sure the suit is supposed to be vibranium. It has to be.
Is it?
It needs to be make it a little bit of sense.
I thought it was just, well, like, why are the wings the only thing that glow with the, like, Black Panther Force return stuff?
I feel like that breaks immediately too in the boss fight coming up.
Yes.
But also, if he's in a full-blown vibranium suit, what's the point of the shield?
Also, I need to mention it. It bugs me that he doesn't have a helmet because people are shooting guns. It's like one of the most important parts of the body to protect.
Yeah, it's funny because he had this cowl in the show.
Which was dumb looking.
It was dumb looking, and Mackie was himself like, we're not going to use it because I can't really move in that thing. Was like, okay, so the thing is, he does have a helmet, which he uses very rarely in this movie, mostly to just fly, which is like a pilot helmet, basically.
Yeah, and it looks kind of like Ant-Man's.
It looks very much like Ant-Man's helmet, yes.
At the same time, I mean, like, it's not a bad look with like the helmet on and everything, and it might make some of the damage he takes a little easier to process if it seems like he's in a fully armored suit.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this is also the universe in which Iron Man exists.
Yeah, because now they just made it nanotech, so they can make it appear
Odin, the
whenever.
suit draws the bullets in, so they never hit his face.
It's so weird. I need to
magnetized
explore.
vibranium.
I need to explore the suit thing a bit more because I think I think it's supposed to be all vibranium because of the things he tanks, and Taurus can't tank later on in this movie. So it has to be some kind of better version of the suit anyway. And it's so weird because later on Hulk just crushes the helmet with his hand, so Hulk can destroy vibranium, but he can also be damaged by vibranium.
That was one of the things that made me think, okay, so the helmet can't be vibranium because that Hulk is full on punching the shield and it's doing nothing. So
yeah, it's completely fucked, like one way or another. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I think if we try to dig into the power scaling too much, every scene in this movie is going to take us like an hour to discuss.
Well, don't worry. I'll definitely going to be talking about this in my review because it's fascinating to me how crazy the power scaling has become and how nonsensical it has become.
Well, and I mean, I don't understand why they don't get the damage that does to the movies. You know, like because if you cannot tell who is a matchup for whom and why, what does it matter when any of them fight, really? Like, why should we be excited for if Falcon can go up against, Captain America can go up against a Hulk,
yeah,
and it's just kind of fine. Like, where are the stakes?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to mention now, I meant to mention later on, but remember that Tony had to build a Hulkbuster suit, which he barely survived the encounter with Hulk?
Yeah.
That got fucked up, and now it's just like, I got a vibranium suit, and that's enough. It's like, oh, okay. So you fucked up here in your power scaling, obviously, because Tony had to build a specific suit to even get...
Vibranium would be stronger than anything Iron Man makes.
I mean, I guess so, but it's a vibranium suit that's directly on you versus like a mech you're in. So you have like protection that's not directly hitting you.
Yeah,
so,
well, that's the thing. There's cushioning and like hydraulics and stuff that make it so that you're not directly feeling the damage. Like, yeah, you're right. The Hulkbuster basically is a mecha.
Yeah, and it got fucking annihilated during that fight. It was like Tony almost died, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, the power scaling is ridiculous.
Isn't he also kind of wearing the Iron Man suit inside the Hulkbuster?
I think so. Yeah, Sam, I don't remember completely, but he's
like it's like over armor.
Yeah, it might be.
Protein and mech urine.
But yeah, everyone is looking at him and waits for the wind to hit them, and then he get yeeted around. And this immediately I thought, so why did Sam just stop using guns like altogether? Remember how he had like Uzis and was pretty good with guns and everything, but now it's just like, no, I just have the shield now. I don't need guns anymore.
Yeah, that's again. I think it's people not understanding how useful guns are. And they like people writing the movie are just like, oh, what does he need a gun for? He has the shield. It's like, well, I mean, if he throws the shield and it gets lodged on something or doesn't come back, he's now an unarmed, like totally defenseless dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he has the shield taken away from him like numerous times in the movie.
He loses all the time. It's so embarrassing. And the thing, his combat is still basically Falcon combat. He does like the flips and everything that you seen him do before. So,
I mean, honestly, if they just made a Falcon movie and gave him enemies that were more appropriate to his power level, I think I would have been much more excited about this movie happening.
Yeah.
I like Falcon. I like Anthony Mackie. I think he's a good actor.
Yeah.
I actually quite like the Twisted Metal show, which I thought was going to be terrible, but it's actually kind of fun.
That has Samoa Joe in it, a wrestler. He's like the clown guy, I think, if I remember
correctly.
correctly.
Is also in Pirate Yakuza.
He's the main villain, right?
Is he? I don't know. I just saw his name in the credits. Once you get through the end of chapter 1, there's like a musical sequence where the little kid just starts singing a sea shanty, and then it kind of becomes the opening credits.
Okay.
But, yeah, he's one of the voices, at least in the English dub. And it's Matt Mercer playing Majima in English.
Ah. But yeah, it's only shield and fisticuffs now. for his main attack thingy. But he still uses like Redwing, like his AI companion, to scan through walls and see people, which is a thing that would have been very helpful at some point, but he just doesn't have the suit at that point because riding.
Yeah, at one point he has like 2 Red Wings also.
Yeah. So at this point, we just he's just kind of beating all these people up. So yeah, just to make it clear, the wings he has now are from the Wakandans, and they do the same thing that Black Panther's suit does. So he just tanks all the bullets and goes bang, and then this weird kinetic force explosion thingy happens. So he just has that power now. Just like, oh, cool. But yeah, basically what's happening here is there are on one hand there's hostages, and there's also a payload, which is which I don't know what it is yet, but we learn pretty soon that it's adamantium, which has been stolen from the Japanese by the Serpent Syndicate, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And
the Sidewinder and Copperhead apparently are the 2 dudes in it. But I'd like to point out, though, there's a bit of a dig at the competency of the Navy SEALs here, too, where he's like, yeah, I'm going for the hostages. He's like, the package is the priority, Cap. The SEAL team's here to get the hostages. He's like, well, they can go get the package then. He's like, wait, do you not trust the Navy SEAL team to rescue the hostages?
Do you not trust them? So, side note on Sidewinder, it's Gus. It's just Gus. He's just playing Esposito Gus.
Yeah, but not nearly as threatening as like his
originally Sidewinder was supposed to be Seth Rollins, which is a WWE guy, a very popular one. But I guess at some point they decided, no, we want a big actor instead of you, so they replaced him with him. And all the Sidewinder scenes, they're pretty much like filled in.
Standing and talking.
I'm pretty sure they were shot later and then just got slotted in wherever.
I mean, did they shoot them with the other guy, Seth Rollins?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they did. I've seen pictures of him being on set and everything.
Okay.
But yeah, for some reason they didn't want him again. But they did say they like working with him, so I don't know what's going on. I just assumed they could get him, meaning Giancarlo Esposito. I was like, he's a popular actor. He's gonna get us some money, maybe. So yeah, I guess they just replaced him there.
Might have been just filming a Mandalorian scene, because it seems like this entire movie is shot in the volume.
Yeah. But yeah, as you said, Cap is going for the hostages while the other ones are supposed to get the payload. And Cap just gets to the hostages. Also, the Sidewinder's just mean to those and give me the information and then kill them one by one. It's like, okay, you're evil, I get it. But Cap gets in there, he starts beating up people. Luckily for him, the shield is just a bullet magnet, so he doesn't get hit in his legs or anything, so don't worry about that.
What's the thing? Are his legs vibranium?
Who knows? They don't shoot them, so I guess they don't need them.
It's Schrodinger's vibranium. It's vibranium unless it's not.
Yeah. But yeah, he doesn't use a mask here or a helmet, as you said. So, yeah, of course. And yeah, he's just an amalgamation. Amalgamation. There was an M that I was missing in my notes here, of different powers.
For the tough English words.
He got the Black Panther move. He got a nanotech helmet, which pretty much looks like Ant-Man helmet. He uses Falcon moves. He still has he got the wings. He can fly. He has Steve's shield. It's like, man, you're just having all these powers. That's a lot of power. That's crazy.
I am all the Avengers.
I am all the Avengers.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And at some point, Taurus, if you remember him from the show, he's like his hombre, his sidekick. In the show, he just gave his old wings to him. It's like, yeah, you can have them. I have cool new Black Panther wings now. You can have my old shit. Fuck you. And he's like, "Oh, send me out. I can do the payload." He's like, "Okay, do that. Don't die." It's like, "Okay,
Because
got
fuck
it."
the Navy SEAls.
And basically,
Like,
what happens
again,
is he uses it. He gets his wings. He gets to the payload and gets it without any problems.
Yeah, and then like there's this. Oh my god, that scene pissed me off.
And then
so
he's
much
like,
because
"Oh
at the end of it,
man."
he's like, "Oh, nobody saw that." It's
Yeah.
like, who the fuck would see that? You're chasing two dudes in the middle of, or is it two guys like on motorcycles or something, or a car?
I thought it was 3.
Yeah, it was like
whatever.
3
He
people on a
takes out-
motorcycle, I think.
takes out a couple dudes on motorcycles and then like looks around as if there was going to be an audience of people watching him. I was like, why would you think that would be a thing that would happen in the situation that you're
Yeah.
in? It's just such a strange reaction.
So the question is already then, okay, so he did this like flawlessly, no problems at all. And the only thing he's worried about is like, oh man, nobody saw how cool I was. One, he's as annoying as he was in the show, and it just doesn't get better. He's like the annoying type of quippy, quote unquote, funny sidekick.
Yeah, he's not funny.
Yeah, I didn't like him at all.
Two, why aren't you just in the suit from the get-go? This is like good tech, and you seem to be pretty good with it already, so use it immediately. What are you waiting for? Why are you sitting in front of the computer? That's insane. But then again, they try to show it in the in this movie. They're like, this is like a new character. He's not like experienced enough anything. But the first time I see him, he just fucking nailed it. He just annihilated these guys and got the payload, no problems. He's not struggling with his tasks. He's only concerned about how cool he looks. But then they try to do the whole thing where Sam is his mentor, and it's like, oh, show me how I can do your cool spin kick, and they pretend like it's like a big thing at the end. It's like, nah, you're gonna be the new Falcon, haha. It's like, what are you? He's already good. The only reason he gets like knocked out and has to go to surgery at the end is because you didn't give him your spare awesome suit. You just gave him your scraps from your old broken suit that he had to rebuild.
He is in Falcon, like Sam is in a different suit in that scene. So you're right. The white one probably is available at the time.
Yeah, it's insane. Like he's
Unless
already
they just painted it, because I mean, I guess they don't really mention the Wakandans giving him 2 suits, do they?
They don't, but they both have like the wings. So I guess he just got a spare one. He doesn't share it. So yeah, the payload is secured. Good job, we did it. High fives. And Sam catches up to Gus, and it's like really weird here. Because at first I thought he's just trying to stop him because he throws the shield. It hits like a pillar or something in the room, and then it goes back, and then he dodges, Gus dodges it. So either he just missed for no reason, or Gus just actually dodged it because he can do that, I think. Yeah, it just looks really weird as well. But they're like, you can surrender now. It's like, no. There's the big bad guy, and they have to fight now. So you might be confused as to why he's even able to go hand to hand with Sam, because he's just introduced as big guy. Apparently, this guy is supposed to be like Copperhead, and he's like a guy from the comics. I have no idea who he is, what he does. If he's,
I guess in the director's defense, it is a pretty big guy. So, like, I mean, presumably, if Sam doesn't have superpowers, a guy that big should be a problem, assuming he can fight.
Yeah, if we just ignore all the tech he has and can use to just beat him immediately.
Yeah.
You know what else would have solved this problem?
He has, like,
A gun?
with one.
Yes.
You think a gun would have been helpful in this scenario?
Oh, no. Guns don't work.
Ah, damn it. But yeah, it's like a balanced fight. And for a while, then Sam gets like manhandled. And
it's like, yeah, his ego gets bruised a little, and then he's like, oh yeah, and just immediately takes the guy out.
Well, there's a specific line there too where Big Chungus is just like, I heard one of your ribs go there. It's like, that's seems like a pretty big injury to me. It's like, how
Yeah.
did you do that through vibranium?
Yeah, that's the thing. It can't be vibranium if a dude punched his rib and broke it.
I might have some additional information on that might clear up why it's so stupid. I only know that because I watched the EFAP, because I don't know who said it or got the information, but it's interesting. But yeah, he gets like power bombed through a table or something, and it's like, oh, do you need a minute to catch your breath? And it just, this scene like looks predestined for Sam to say, I can do this all day. But apparently, I assume they decided against it because they would have been absolutely retarded to make him say that.
Well, they had Sharon Carter say it in Multiverse of Madness. And...
Instead,
Peggy Carter.
Instead, he says, "No, I got shit to do today." I was like, "Wow, what an amazing comeback! Awesome."
Yeah,
so bad.
Not a great substitute for that line.
Jesus Christ. At this point, I was trying just to wonder, like, so I guess Sam doesn't have superpowers, and it becomes clear that he doesn't in this movie. And
allegedly.
And already in like, if you watch the Falcon and Winter Soldiers show, you because if you didn't watch that, you're like, why can he just use the shield so effectively without any superpowers? Why can't he just throw it so hard? Why can't he just grab it? Well, you see, in the show, he trained for like a week, and then he just did it. It was like, oh, okay. Like, he just throws it as effectively as Bucky does, I think, with his extra arm. It was like, what? You shouldn't be able to do this. This is insane. But they have like a small training montage in there where he just goes for a run and trains the throwing, and then he's just perfect with it now. Like, he can just do it. Actually, we get there later on when he starts flying around and then throws the shield to fucking destroy rockets with it. It's like, Steve couldn't do this. The amount of force you need to throw it faster than you fly in your jet speeds? No. You're not allowed to do that. It's
just the way they bounce perfectly from one rocket to the next bugs me. It wouldn't work that way. It looks so bad.
Yeah. But yeah, he just well, he's perfect unless he loses the shield, or it gets like yeeted away or something. So yeah, but then we get to the scene that we've been alluding to. He gets beaten up, and the copperhead guy, he got the knife, and he scratches his suit, and they put focus on it even. And even, I think, if I remember correctly, Sam's even like, whoa, what? How did that happen? That's vibranium. Why can't you scratch it? So from what I understand, in the original cut, or in one of the cuts, how many there might have been, this was supposed to be an adamantium knife. And that's why it was supposed to be able to scratch it. Obviously, that doesn't make any sense if they would do it here, because the payload they have is the first sample of raw adamantium that has been gotten out of the Celestial Island by Japan.
Well, maybe they took a little bit out of the sample and refined 2 tiny knives for Copperhead. You don't know.
I do know they can't, because they just stole it. There was no way for them to actually do that research. But the thing is, this never gets mentioned or brought up ever again. So now it's just this weird scene here where they put focus on it. Sam is confused, and you're confused as to why they can scratch it. And
I mean, to me, I thought that was flat out saying, okay, so it's not the whole suit that's vibranium, because it just got cut by a tiny little knife.
And I don't blame you for thinking that. But yeah, it's really weird. But then he gets angry after he gets shit talked, and then he wins and breaks the guy's arm. That's the
also
fight.
none of the fist fights in this entire movie are choreographed with any kind of expertise. Like,
there's so many.
They all look really bad.
There's so many cuts. It's gonna be fun going through those in more detail for the video, because they're awful. They're really bad.
So they feel very slow too.
Yeah.
Like they didn't have enough time to train. It was just like, okay, we're like you throw a punch and then I don't know, whatever, block it and then do a thing. We'll cut around this. Don't worry, we'll make it look good.
The claws of Black Panther were able to scratch Cap's shield. Maybe it's that. Well,
yeah. Well, I mean, vibranium.
That's vibranium
would
on
theoretically
vibranium.
be able to, like steel can damage steel. It just kind of depends on the angle and sharpness of the two implements, right?
Hey, maybe he had a vibranium knife. Who knows? I mean, we will not know because they never mentioned this again.
I mean, that would make a hell of a lot more sense.
Yeah. Because we know there are vibranium sources outside of Wakanda, so him having one,
well, even
it
like
might be
the
a
idea
thing.
of smuggling some out of Wakanda isn't that ridiculous now
No.
that Wakanda's doing more like communication with the world, which by the way they kind of abandoned in this.
Yeah.
I guess we'll get to that a little bit later. But they're like, yeah, Wakanda controls all the vibranium and they won't let anyone have it. I was like, I thought the whole thing with the end of the first Black Panther movie was that they're going to share all their stuff with the world.
Mm-hmm. No, that's all off screen. That doesn't count anymore.
Yeah, okay. I guess they're isolationist again now.
Yeah. Also, we have the Atlantis people. They should be very interested in everything that's happening here because it's in the fucking water.
I forgot about that whole movie.
I don't blame you because we never talked about them again since that movie came out. But yeah, he wins, and in the meantime, Sidewinder just leaves during the battle, and instead of Sam being like, "Hey, Redwing," which is his AI robot droid thingy, "Hey, can you scour the area or, use his wings to fly up and see where he is?" Because he can't get that far in those 2 minutes that they've been fighting. He just talks to the other military guy. He's called Dennis, which, from what I understand, he's also a character in the comics, but he's just a guy here and dies at some point. So, yay. Yeah, they just talk. It's like, oh, kind of weird that the buyer had to do this thing here. So yeah, how about you go track Sidewinder, and then the scene ends. It's like, no, fly up in the sky with your wings and look around. You could probably still see him with your eyes pretty easily, or like a car driving away. You have the technology.
It should be a high priority to take this guy in. He's like a very valuable target.
I mean, he's basically about to cause a international incident.
Yeah,
as we figure out later.
I mean, technically already has. He
stole
this
true.
From the Japanese.
But yeah, no, we're not doing that. The scene is over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We're just, okay, you do this. Anyway, moving on. Because we have exposition to talk about. It was what is going on with El Presidente Thunderbolt Ross. They talk about the treaty that they've been doing. It's like, I think this is where he first mentioned it's like the 100th day of my presidency. This treaty needs to go through because otherwise people won't think I changed. And Betty, which is my daughter, won't talk to me anymore. And this treaty will define my career. And it has to go through. And it's really funny because he does this exposition dump to his assistant lady who knows all of this. So
It's kind of making me laugh is the way you describe that as Betty, my daughter. It's just making me think, like, what if he referred to her that way through the entire movie?
Yeah, I kind of stole that joke from the EFAP. I think they did that like 5 times. Every time he talks about Betty, he's like, "Oh yeah, your daughter, right?"
Betty's his daughter? No way.
Yeah. So yeah, basically every scene you see Ross in, he talks about this treaty and how amazing and good it has to be and how it has to go through. But yeah, this is like the exposition. We need to know this treaty needs to go through. It's like, it's very important. We get more of that later, I guess. I already talked about the debriefing he had with the military guys. Like, oh, it's kind of weird how the trade was here, and oh, maybe the serpents got played. Something mystery.
Oh yeah, because the buyer didn't show. That was
Yeah.
a big like point for them too.
And again, you should have just flown up with your wings and look where Sidewinder is currently driving to or going, because it should be pretty easy for you to do, but you just don't do that because the scene is over. Also, Taurus is very excited to be the new Falcon, and I forgot where this came from, but he really wants to meet Ant-Man apparently, and also wants Falcon or Sam wants Sam to tell him how to do his cool sidekick, but you don't. You need to have more experience though, and I know just the guy who can do that. And then they go to Isaiah Bradley. Yeah, remember him? He was in the show.
Only if you watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
He is that secret Captain America that they were trying to say. It was just like he did the same thing Steve did in First Avenger, where he saved his soldier friends on his own. But instead of being a hero, he got imprisoned for 20 years and experimented on. Obviously, it's very on the nose that the whole thing is like, it's because he's black. It's like, stop, please. I don't want to have this in my movie.
Isaiah was black? Didn't notice.
Yeah, I was like, okay. But in the show, Sam Wilson made it, so they actually honored him in the Captain America Museum, or the America Museum. And so they honor him for this cool thing he did. But I guess they also hidden the part where he was experimented on for 20 years and imprisoned and stuff. So I guess that's not in the museum.
If only there were avenues in which he could just make a post and say, hey, yeah, I know I'm in that museum now. So you know, this government really fucked me, like, super hard.
Yeah. Yeah, because they even have like a statue of him in the America Museum, so no one ever forgets. So yeah. And then they go in there, and Taurus doesn't recognize him at first, and he's like, you're old, haha, what are you gonna do? And then it's hey, this is Isaiah Bradley. It's like, oh shit, it's you, you're such a legend, I love you. It's like, okay, I guess he's...
Even if he wasn't a legend, the idea that Sam brings him to a guy that's like, yeah, we're gonna go train and learn from the guy who's been training me. Here's the guy, and your first reaction is, hey, old man.
Yeah.
It's like, buddy, aren't you supposed to be a soldier? Like,
you think he wouldn't be a soldier, but he is properly trained, allegedly. But yeah, they train here, and it looks like he has like his own gym, and for some reason no one is here to train, even though apparently he's now a legend and everybody likes him. So I feel like there should be lots of people here trying to...
I believe that he shut it down because he knew Sam was coming by.
Well, maybe. I can accept that.
There you go. Saved you 1 point, movie.
Good job. And then he starts training with Sam, and he has like 3 flags on him, and then he gets 2, but he gets stopped at the 3rd one because Bradley is like much stronger and cooler than him because he has the super serum in him. And then he says like things like, oh, it's only the last hit that matters. And you hear this like, is that a theme line? Because if it is, I don't know where to apply it anywhere else in this movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the last fight does not end with a hit or anything. He talks down the Red Hulk, and then that's it. So I don't know. If anyone wants to
Diplomacy
guess,
was the last hit all along.
Yeah.
I feel like there's something I watched recently that like expanded on that, where it's like, as long as you keep getting back up, you keep fighting.
Yeah.
What was that I watched?
I don't know.
Rocky
Oh,
Balboa.
that might have actually been Frieren.
Oh, okay. I haven't
Yeah.
watched that.
I have.
Big
I
recommend.
I don't recall that. I did like Free Run.
It's when Axe Dude is fighting the demon girl when they first like meet that group of demons early on.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a line that happens. But then there's a thing. Cap doesn't get 5 minutes off, but then his phone rings, and then Sam says on the phone, "Yes, I will hold for the president," which is a really normal thing to say, and not just I'll hold, I'll wait.
And then doesn't Torres like not stop talking even though he just said that he's like on the phone with the president?
He might be. I kind of just memory hole whatever he does because he's fucking boring.
I remember thinking, I was like, wow, like he just said that he's gonna be talking to the president, and you're still just like shit talking Isaiah. Like, like loudly. What do you mean?
But obviously
Isn't that the be like, hey, everybody, shut up. I need to. I need to pay attention to this.
But yeah, so he answers this as like a very normal human being, which is like, are you a Skrull? Are you also a Skrull? Because you're not acting human here right now. You'd normally just say, yeah, I'll hold, and not, yes, I'll hold for the president of the United States, who is my
again,
boss.
Like, I think that if you're around other people saying like, yeah, I'll hold for the president is kind of like, that's a social cue to be like, hey guys, like whatever you're doing right now, shut the fuck up.
I mean, I could accept that, but the only reason they make it like this is so that Isaiah can get upsetty because he doesn't like the president. So we can have this next drama scene.
I guess you're right.
Because he goes away and Sam sees him walk away, and it's also like, Captain America shouldn't be working for the government or the president of the United States because that will represent people like him. Oh no. It's like Captain America should not be working with America's president. That's a weird thing to say.
Oh, America bad.
Okay, and then they for like a couple of lines they skirt the line to say again, oh, I wonder if a black man can ever hold the shield sufficiently. But then they immediately go to just make it a personal grudge for Isaiah because it's Thunderbolt Ross, and he doesn't like him because of all the experiments that happened, and he's been imprisoned in that in that Camp Echo 1 we learn about later. So it's just a really weird scene, and they kind of try to facilitate drama here. And Sam just goes on to say that it's like, people need hope, and he will stand by the president even if it is Thunderbolt Ross, and he also got someone on the inside that will tell him if he acts out of turn. At this point, I thought he was talking about Peggy's daughter, because she is in the show and she goes back to being in the government. But they talk about that one assistant lady that he's with, but they don't really make this clear. But I guess she's the one that's supposed to be the insider for Sam, to tell him that if he's out of line, so he can do something about it or something. It's really weird. It's all really clunky. It's really bad. And but yeah, the country is in chaos, and we don't really know what that exactly means. Even though it's kind of important for us to know. Obviously, they want to use the blip for this, but as we all know, they never actually explore the actual consequences of the blip properly. They just say things on the side. It's like, oh yeah, because everyone came back, it's really chaotic. But that's about all we do as the thing. It's like the blip happened, then Skrulls appeared. The amount of things that happened that should have happened socially and just over the world, all around the world, would be such an interesting thing to just explore and make movies about, but we just made a time skip in Endgame, and that's all you get. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I've become completely uninvested in the MCU, because There's so much to do there that's like actually necessary to go through, and they just skipped it all.
Not only that, we also had like apparently Bruce Banner taking over the Hulk and basically killing the Hulk persona in a sense. And it's like, how did that happen? How did we only have Incredible Hulk as a movie and then nothing ever really happened with him? That's so insane.
That's one of the things that should have its own movie dedicated to like him finding that balance.
Yeah. It's insane.
Well, I guess they can't make a Hulk movie though because of Universal owning the rights to standalone Hulk movies.
I hate licenses. They're annoying. But yeah, this all annoyed, and Sam also says, "Well, I also told the president only accept your invite if you also let Isaiah Bradley join," and that he does. And then we go from this to right back to funny stuff because they're in a limousine and they have some really shitty banter. It's like, "Whoa, you wear a suit? Where did you get that? At bargain bin or something?" And then Bradley's like, "That's the suit I got married in, you piece of shit." And it's like, ha 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 ha, banter, and it's really bad, and I hate it. But yeah,
It's
it's
set
all
up for how precious that suit is to him.
it's Chekhov's suit, as Fringy put it, and we'll go back to it later at the end because it's a big payoff.
Well, I mean, it comes up at the end of this scene too.
It does.
Or the end of this sequence.
But yeah, that thing is important. Not really for the plot or anything, just for a payoff, I guess.
Yeah, like Isaiah's character. I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, they go to the party. There's like some shenanigans happening with the phone. It's like, "Oh, my phone is broken." And you're like, okay, I don't know why they focused on that, but it becomes very clear very soon. And then Sam talks to Ross, and Ross like, "I want to work directly with you. And you know what? We should rebuild the Avengers." I was like, what? I guess we should start mentioning the Avengers again because we're like 3 movies away from the next Avengers movie, and we don't know who the fuck the Avengers are.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're like, "Let's rebuild them." And Sam's like, "What? You were the one who tore the Avengers apart with the Sokovia Accords." I was like, what? No. There was like a whole nother thing happening. Like the Accords have been approved by like, what was it, like 150 something countries around the world. And then the Avengers tore themselves apart because they couldn't get on board with each other, and then they thawed, and then the whole thing with Bucky was like a big thing that stirred the conflict. And Sam saying it was just Ross is like silly at best. Like he doesn't even mention Zemo in this whole equation in his brain. Like what are we doing? This is silly.
I also want to mention, I feel like, hey, we need to rebuild the Avengers is the kind of thing that should come immediately after Endgame.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, we just faced this existential threat, and most of our strongest heroes are gone. We need to do something about this immediately.
Yeah, but
in case there's any other threat.
There's also still Avengers left. Like, Hawkeye is technically still around. Hulk is still around.
Yeah.
Captain Marvel, she's technically an Avenger. She's been doing stuff. Strange is still around, but he's like fighting incursions that I guess are still happening, even though they don't. So yeah, there's
Madness was so bad.
there's plenty of things to do, but they just were like, "Oh yeah, we have an Avengers movie soon with like Doctor Doom. I guess we should rebuild them." So yeah, apparently the Avengers just have straight up just were not a thing at all. It was like, oh, okay.
I gotta wonder, like, were the Avengers facilities just like totally shut down? Like,
I guess so. Peppa was like, "We don't need those anymore."
Like crackheads living in there.
There's like people squatting in the Avengers headquarters. It's like
it's just a homeless shelter now.
Yeah. Yeah. So, But yeah, Ross says that he's changed his mind and needs the Avengers because now he represents everyone in America. So please, please, please think about it. They also don't really talk about how Ross was for the Sokovia Accords because he thought that everyone needs to be held responsible for the things he did, which includes the things he did in Incredible Hulk because he realized he made a mistake. And there was like this whole thing with like where he says like, oh, I had like a thing with my heart that made me rethink things, and I want to be held responsible. We talk about this a little bit later because they do like a whole scene where they completely misunderstand anything that's happening. So yeah, that was bad. And then they have like a press conference with like all kinds of big country leaders from all around the world. There's like a little presentation going on, and they finally talk about the celestial mass that emerged from the ocean. And apparently, in the 5 years since that happened, everyone has been squabbling over over these celestial islands, and so this is the first mention of it since it happened. Well, this and the little newspaper clipping in She-Hulk that you see shortly. That's it. That's the first quote unquote proper mention. We'll talk about later how well they address this celestial mass. Spoiler, they really don't.
Its only function is as the place where they mine the adamantium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's basically a set piece.
Because they just call it the Celestial Islands. Which begs the question, how do they know it's called a Celestial? Who told them this? Were there some of the Eternals that tell them?
One of the Guardians probably could have, or Captain Marvel.
Maybe, yeah. So they do know what's going on, I guess, and what happened. But apparently everyone has been squabbling over it, they've been doing some research while trying to get all these resources off of the island. And they just like, we learned that this has something even, it's so insane. And what a thing we found here. We found adamantium. It's even more versatile and gooder than vibranium.
Which is insane because vibranium in this world is like magic metal.
Yes. And I did a little Google because I was curious how it is in the comics. And the vibranium and adamantium are like kind of on the same level, but mostly vibranium gets the upper hand because, as you said, it's a little bit of like a magic metal going on.
Well, I mean, especially in the MCU.
Yeah.
Sprinkle a little vibranium on a spinal injury and boom, healed.
Yeah. And as I already pointed out earlier, the only refined sample that has been found and mined was stolen from the Japanese. But he honors Sam and Torres, our own Captain America and Joaquin Torres, for the bravery of getting it back. It's like, yeah. And now the plan is to make enough of it to fairly and equitably, yeah. That's, yeah. And distribute it all over the globe. Because that's totally how you would do it.
What America would do, yeah.
Because as we all know, everyone is just sharing all the nukes equitably and fairly across the globe. I'm going to give you this crazy technology. Everyone can have it. It's going to be so awesome. It's going to be so good.
Well, all the countries in this world are totally at peace all the time. Like the almost war that happens with Japan later in this movie.
I was also just thinking on it. I feel like the first sample of adamantium is one of those things that should be under such high guard it's impossible to steal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you pull that off?
Well, they don't tell us, so shut up.
You gotta be kind of a snake.
Good point.
The Serpent Society, they're just really good at their job, I guess.
They wriggle their way into places where no other gangs can get.
Oh, like a serpent wiggled their way
Yeah.
in. Ah, comedy. Better comedy than this movie, for sure. So, and yeah, that's the thing. And all of a sudden, during the presentation, some song, Mr. Bluebird, starts playing, and all of a sudden, 5 people, including Bradley, just go nuts, apparently trying to kill the president alongside a couple of other shooters, as I just mentioned. So he's mind controlled, obviously. They did focus on the phone and everything. He doesn't act like himself. He stands up like some weird android person. So it's mind control. They don't say this. They try to make it a mystery, but it's not a mystery. It's mind control. I can see it with my eyes very easily.
Yeah.
And then we have like some shenanigans happening. The other shooters get paused while they're not on screen because we can't have them move around because that's too much to ask as for a writer to do. And Ruth, which I mentioned earlier, she has been introduced when they talk, when Sam and the president talk. Ruth Betsaroff, which is a funny name. She has a shot on Brad. She's the security boss lady.
Head of presidential security.
Yes.
4'11", like 70-pound girl.
I was about to say, I'm gonna mention now she is fucking tiny.
Yeah, she's a very, very small person.
Yes, which makes it a problem in future action scenes because she's small. She's really fucking small and scrawny. It's
funny every time she's standing next to another character and she's like a head or two shorter than everyone.
Yeah. But yeah, she has a shot of Bradley, but Sam, I think he throws something and blocks the shot, which is an offense he should very much get in trouble for. Take a guess, what doesn't happen?
Yeah, I mean, automatically you should assume that he is complicit if
Yes.
like a guy just like in full view, granted, like assuming they're not clued into the mind control aspect. If a guy starts shooting a firearm at the president, a Secret Service agent tries to eliminate the threat, and then another person working for the government then tries to save that guy's life. You'd have to automatically be like, okay, so you want the president dead also.
Yeah.
This is another beat that they basically stole or trying to steal from Winter Soldier. The difference is, throughout that whole movie, Steve is basically a fugitive and everyone is trying to catch him because he's helping Bucky actively and that gets him in big trouble. Sam should be in prison for most of this movie while they figure out what's happening here. Or at least there should be a thing where we know he's actually getting, chased by the government, by that security detail. But nothing happens to him. Nothing at all. He just gets to do his thing. It's actually crazy. But yeah, Bradley runs away. He jumps for like a window or something. And he runs all the way to like a park or something. He gets surrounded. And he's like, "What happened, Sam? What is going on?" And he's like, "Just let yourself get taken." He's like, "No, I can't go back to prison. I have PTSD of prison and stuff." And he's like, that's mind control. He's been mind controlled, obviously. Like, this shouldn't even be like a problem for everything that's been happening here. Because there's three different versions of mind control. We have the Winter Soldier program. We have whatever happened to Wanda. And I just forgot the other one. I think I have it in my notes later when it's more thing. But mind control is Black Widow. Thank you, chat. Appreciate that. Like that's not a new thing. but they add a new version of mind control here. But this should definitely be something on their plate. It was like, oh, he behaved kind of weirdly. Him and all these other person who suddenly started shooting the president when a weird song starts to play that was definitely not part of this presentation. Maybe something is up here. But this is not even entertained until later for some reason.
Yeah, when you can very obviously see all the people who are mind controlled looking at their phones flashing very, very brightly in their faces immediately before
it takes everyone who watches this security footage in a little bit to be like, oh shit, yeah, there's something going on with these phones. Including Ruth, who is like, oh yeah, you guys are right. It's like, yeah, no shit. So dumb.
Just very quickly too,
Yes.
someone else in chat pointed out Loki's scepter. It's like, yeah, mind control.
Yeah, true.
Has been a big part of this universe in numerous ways. The fact it isn't even a consideration until they see the footage is really weird, and I hate it.
Yeah.
Wait, is Hazitaka saying Ruth is 5'9"? There's no way. Are they shooting her like one of the hobbits in Lord of the Rings? She looks very small. Like, unless every other actor in this movie is gigantic.
I have no idea.
Granted, I don't know what her height is actually, but I mean, she seems like a very, very small person.
But yeah, they take Isaiah, and he's like, no, my suit. And it's like, dude, they're trying to capture you for killing the president, possibly. Your suit. I know you like your suit, but come on, man. That should not be your worry right now.
Yeah.
In the next scene, we see that Sam just barges into the president's meeting room where he's just holding a meeting about Bradley. And no one stops him, even though he's just a guy. He doesn't have a suit on or anything, so... But he just waltzes right through. Again, he should be a suspect and should probably be in custody and asked all kinds of questions as to why he helped that guy who just tried to kill the president by...
I guess they're banking on the audience, presuming that like Sam's got the kind of clearance that he can just kind of walk into places like that.
I mean, I guess,
it's
but...
the only explanation I can possibly think for anyone to just be able to get that close to the president without resistance, you know?
Steve did get in major trouble when he started helping Bucky, but Sam just has no repercussions at all. It's quite frustrating. Like, he just...
okay, he was just making a joke. The 5'9" thing was he was saying when midgets are giants, they're 5'9".
Oh, okay.
Midget, do you think you can say now? Is that a disableism?
Sure.
Would he even still have clearance, though? Because doesn't the president say that the plan to rebuild the Avengers is scrapped now because of that incident?
Yeah, that turned around real fast.
During this conversation, he's like, you said we should work together. Let's work together. It's like, well, that went out the window when your friend tried to kill me. It's like, you know what? I get, yeah, fair enough. But
he should have lost clearance.
Yeah. They should have...
Well, I mean, I guess, like, depending on, like, I don't know, because is he scanning any access cards or anything like that?
No, he's just walking in. And people are like, stop, you can't just go there. But he does, and nobody stops him. And obviously, when he goes into the meeting room, Ross is like, okay, everybody out except Sam. It's like, what?
And this is a safety bunker, too, by the way.
Yeah. So, yeah, he just waltzes right in there. And they talk, and Ruth gets to stay here because she's like the security lady, and they just talk. And he says Bradley had no idea what he was doing, and I think he has been compromised, and I want let me investigate. And then the president tells him, it's like, no way, I'll let you do your own little investigation as Captain America. That's a personal investigation on one of his friends. Do you know how this is gonna look? That's ridiculous. And Sam tries to convince him.
That is a pretty good point.
Yeah.
Sam should be like, yeah, I guess you're right. Here, I'll call, I don't know, Daredevil, like looking into things.
Sam tries to convince him that there's inside agents and another attack could happen at any moment, even now. It's like, good point, like you who helped the guy who tried to shoot me. Get out. And yeah, Bradley has no reason to do this and points out because he's like a patriot and he sacrificed so much for his country and everything. And then Ruth is like, actually he has like every reason to do so. He was been in prison for like 20 to 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, even Sam knows that he specifically hates General Ross.
Like, that's more than enough to make anyone snap in trying to kill the president, especially Ross, yeah. And then she says, it's been 5 shooters. There was a song before, so this must have been the cue for the attack. It had to be a coordinated terrorist attack. It's like, is anyone gonna at least say the word mind control? Like once, just to throw it out there. It's like, maybe mind control, we had that happen before. I know a guy, he was like a little bit controlled. He's a soldier in the winter and stuff.
Yeah, actually I had a whole Disney Plus that was starring he and I.
Yeah, you should watch it. You shouldn't watch it. It was really bad.
Arguably still better than this movie.
Maybe. I don't want to think about it. And then Sam says, like, you offered to work together? Let's do that. And then Ross tells him, offer expired when your friend tried to kill me, and you are done. And you know what? You should really be in this situations. You are not Steve Rogers. And then he doesn't.
Is a weird thing to say.
And then he doesn't say back, you're right, I'm not. Which he does say in the trailer, but they just stopped doing.
But it'd be like, yo, didn't Steve Rogers and you have a huge falling out in which he became a fugitive for like a long time? Like, what do you mean? Like, this is exactly the kind of thing Steve Rogers would do.
Yeah, it's also just a weird placement for that line anyway, because what does any of this have to do with him being Steve Rogers or not? Like, I don't know. Shouldn't he be like, hey man, I invited your friend as a gesture of kindness so we talk, and then he went to shoot me. Actually, I should have you under arrest right now until we know you're not a part of this yourself. Yeah. Because remember that show I watched, we had a Captain America quote-unquote snap, so I'm just kind of a bit worried that the same thing might have happened to you. But we don't address that. He just says, you're done, and then he goes back to his Captain America cave and just does more things. Like, okay.
I wonder if the line, you're not Steve Rogers, is there to, like, push back on the people who are going to be resistant to the change that...
Steve Rogers is Captain America.
Well, that Sam Wilson is Captain America now. Because that's one thing, the movie keeps, like, saying, hey, it's Sam Wilson, Captain America. It keeps pushing that.
Yeah.
Probably because it doesn't feel like Captain America at all.
You just haven't read the more modern comics where Sam Wilson actually does become Captain America.
me. And then we have like another short news flash thingy happening where they say that Bradley is being gonna be on trial for a death penalty case.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Jumping the gun a little here, aren't you? Like
I'm not knowledgeable. I'm pretty sure you can't get a death penalty for attempted murder, right? I don't think that's a thing that can happen, right? I guess
against I don't know, treason maybe? You could call it treason.
I don't know.
But they should have mentioned treason. That's the problem with
it. So the funny thing is they try to present this as like it's on the clock for Sam to get him out of there.
Yeah,
but this is going to take possibly years to actually go through at all.
We're fast tracking this execution. President's real mad.
President is real bad. He wants that guy to die. You wouldn't like him
when he gets real mad.
Oh God. Where's my cough candy that helps me to not cough as much?
Oh no.
Minty. But yeah, the death penalty case, like, okay. Sure, if you say so. And we see that Sam just want to visit Bradley, and he talks to like one of these guys, like, "Thank you for doing this. I'll make sure to not tell anyone." And it's like, you just walked in through the front door, and people know you're friends with him, so people will know if they need to know.
It's a maximum security prison with no cameras, and no one has been told, "Hey, don't let Sam Wilson anywhere near this guy."
Well, a little bit later, we see that Ruth actually was banking on him being here, and she wants to hear the conversation they have.
Well, I know, I'm just saying, even Sam should be like, "Yeah, there's no way I'm getting in there."
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. And he just asked him, "What do you remember?" It's like, "I can't remember anything. I got my suit. I went into the limo, sat down for the presentation, and then I just walked back up in the park." And Sam promises him to get him out, and Brad was like, "No, don't help me. I don't want you to get in trouble for this. Do me a favor and don't come back." And that's
And yeah, like I said,
it.
the performance here is good, even if what he's saying is kind of dumb, because it's like, wait, no, but you're innocent, though. Like,
No.
it's actually, I should be trying to get you out of here because you didn't actually do anything. And I have a good friend who's been mind controlled for really decades, like 70 years, on and off, granted.
But yeah, Ruth has a tap on it, and it's like, "Let me listen to that conversation," and I guess she does, but doesn't really do anything because they don't really say anything incriminating in that. So yeah, I guess they just want to show us that she is doing her security duties. And now we go to the Cap Cave for the first time, and it's like a big fucking room. So I guess it's just this base of operations. There's like a Captain America symbol at the window, and he's just doing his thing. He just can do whatever the fuck he wants, I guess, because he's hanging out there with Taurus, and they hack into the White House CCTV and see that, oh, there's a weird thing happening with the phone. I guess that's the thing. And Taurus is just like, "Ha, I'm doing treason, by the way. Ha, that's so wacky." And it's like, shut the fuck up. I hate you. Like,
yeah, the whole Torres character is ill-advised.
And they see it's like, oh, the shooters had flashes coming from their phone, all 5 of them, so it's been triggered by those. And then they wonder how the buyer knew that Bradley would be there and that Captain America would even be at the White House at all. It's like, oh, he must be watching us somehow. And, yeah. They do that in the thing, and then it's like, "I gotta go and check some things out, Taurus. You go and look at the CCTV and get as much information as you need, or you can get. I'm gonna drive my car to." I actually forgot what he drives to, but it goes. We see him drive. I think he talks some more with Taurus. I think. Just realized my notes are. I think my notes are incomplete here because I feel like I missed a part here. That's fine. I'll probably watch that movie like 3 more times.
Oh my god, I feel so sorry for you.
Anyway, Sidewinder tracks Sam down, and it's a really weird scene because he's just on the street with a gun and a grenade. But there's also cars just randomly just on the road, abandoned. There's no one around. We don't see anyone like running away or anything. They just abandoned cars, and maybe he did like a road blog with those. I don't know, but he's here.
I think they were just assuming they're all like parked cars, I guess.
No, but they were like on the road, like blocking the thing. He's like standing in between them, I'm pretty sure. It's a really weird scene if you look at it. It's just fucking weird.
I know, like a cop car shows up and he just like lights it up, right?
Yeah, that's a little bit later. But yeah, Gus just starts fucking blasting. He just destroys the windshield and then throws a grenade in there. And then he just goes on his comm and it's like, "I got him. Await proof of death or something." It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, like wait until you've actually got the proof of death before you even start making the call. But like, Again, this is
Yeah.
a scene in particular where even when he's just not Captain America, maybe having a sidearm on you might be a good idea, Sam.
No. Mm-mm. That's silly. How dare you? Guns are evil or something. But yeah, then the police car arrives and he just turns around and just fucking lights that up, as you said. And he checks for Sam, but he's already there. I think they have like a bit of a hand-to-hand fight.
Well, yeah, like that's the thing. Like he's doing all this like improvised hand-to-hand combat where he's like making little smoke bombs and stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
why don't you just like have a Glock?
Just have a gun. You're in the you were in the military. You know you could use them effectively. It's so fucking stupid.
Especially since he doesn't have a secret identity. Everyone knows his name. He's
Yeah.
going to be a high priority target to, like, just for any group that might, like, have to deal with him. It's like, okay, he's not always wearing a suit. Take him out when he's not in the suit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not very easy to hold that shield like your pocket or in your belt, right? Like,
Yeah.
you have a special storage compartment for it in your Captain America Humvee.
So,
Front trunk.
in any case, during the fight, he gets like tagged with like an axe and a knife, and it clearly penetrates the shirt. I point this out because later, when he talks to Gus again, he's like, "Oh, how did you even make it through this? Those were like some pretty crazy injuries I put you."
Vibranium weave.
And then he says, "Oh, vibranium weave, I assume." It's like, "Oh, comes with the job." It's like, no, but I see you've been bleeding. You had to treat it with bandages and stuff. So what do you mean? It's just normal steel. That can't go through vibranium stuff. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why did you put this in there?
Poorly made weave, I guess.
They just got fucked over by Wakanda. Just gave him scraps. Like, yeah, that's vibranium.
It's like, well, our fishermen use this.
It might
They'll
be
be
good
fine.
against a shark attack. But yeah, as you said, he uses like bleach on a car battery, which creates a thick cloud of stuff, which is like, I think even looks toxic. But it just works as a smokescreen. None of them is really affected by this.
I feel like you should probably not try it.
You
It
don't want me
doesn't
to.
seem like the kind of thing that would be very healthy to
You
breathe
don't
in.
want me to smell the fumes that come off a battery and bleach? I don't know. Look,
Well, you think I want to be the one taking notes on movies like this? No. you need to live, Metal. I was afraid when you were sick for the last couple weeks.
I also just want to point out quickly how random it is that they're suddenly in a junkyard. Because
oh yeah.
maybe I wasn't paying enough attention like to where Sam was driving before, but it seems to come out of nowhere just so we could have a junkyard scene.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to find things for his improvised weapons because that's better than fun. Like a good thing the junkyard's there because.
Good thing there's a bottle of bleach in this random
guess.
junkyard.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we don't use any rifles or guns or anything, sidearms. No,
Not even a taser.
Not even a taser. But yeah, he just makes him go on top of a car, and then he just drop kicks him on another car, and the fight is over. He wins. That's it. That's the fight scene, and he gets Sidewinder gets a call by Stern, and Sam takes it, and he's like, "Oh, you won't like what comes next." It's like, "Oh, you're the buyer, okay." I don't know. Yeah, that's the scene. And then for some reason
Doing
Gus
the
gets
math on him being the buyer, it's like it literally anyone else could be calling right now.
Yeah.
It's like, why would you assume it's the buyer of the adamantium specifically?
because he's very smart.
Not one of the other officers of the Serpent Syndicate or whatever they're called.
Yeah, I know. And I think I don't know if I mixed up my notes, but it's the next scene that Stern talks to Ross for the first time in the movie.
Is it? I don't know. But yeah, I guess maybe because then that's when we get the impression that Ross definitely knows that Isaiah didn't really try to kill him.
Because in my
It was
notes,
like
he
it would
was
be bad
responsible.
PR to get the guy off death row, where he was immediately fast tracked to.
No, I feel like there's like two scenes I'm mixing up because there's one scene where he calls Camp Echo 1 and says like, do you have the bastard? Do you have eyes? And he was like, yeah, I do, which is like the guy in Stearns apparently. And then later he talks to the president. I think I have this mixed up here in my notes. I don't know, but it's stupid. Anyway, he has like a call with the countries with the treaty, and we have Paris, New Delhi, who are like, we need Japan in there, or we're not gonna join that treaty. Which I don't know, just Paris, New Delhi, and Japan being like the opposing countries in this movie.
France, India, and Japan.
It's just such a weird thing. It's like, oh, you just used countries that wouldn't complain in real life if you put them as an opposing force, right? That's what's happening here.
Yes.
Because Japan 100% should probably be China or something, because that makes much more sense.
Yeah, it really would.
Dude, Japan being the ones like, you stole our things, we gotta go to war with you for this. Like, Japan, did you know what happened last time when you tried this?
Did the writers know that Japan isn't even allowed to have a military?
It's like, that's crazy. Like,
I mean, I guess they are in the MCU is the only explanation.
Yeah.
They have the JDSF, but that's really just like Japanese self-defense force. It's just for protecting Japan. Like they're not doing like foreign operations.
Yeah. America, France, Japan, and India, only countries who matter, obviously.
I mean, 2 out of the 3 are nuclear powers, but realistically, you could just say to Japan, remember what happened last time you went to war with everybody? You don't have nuclear weapons, so stop it.
But yeah, he basically just promised them, oh, I'll get Japan back on the table. Don't you worry. We'll check everything out. But they're like, I almost got shot at your presentation, so why would you think we should trust you and your plans? Blah, blah, blah. That's basically it. It's not very interesting. Oh yeah, and now the thing is, I think I put notes in between, and then the thing I was reading earlier got
honestly, you could
here.
shuffle most of the scenes in this movie up, and it wouldn't make it make any more or less sense.
I guess that's true, yeah. But basically, he gets called by some evil guy, which we know Stern. He has not been revealed yet, but I'm just gonna call him Stern just because
he's
it's easier.
just a voice at this point.
And it's like, I was responsible for the assassination attempt, but I helped you. I helped you most out of everyone to get to this position, and you know what? You didn't actually hold up your end of the bargain, so now you're gonna get revenged on. And everyone will know who you are, and Betty will like you even less. Har har. Like, oh no, not my daughter. Because you just let me rot here in this whole time. It's okay, cool. More surprises coming your way. Ooh.
I figure like Stearns could have just killed Betty. Maybe that would hurt him pretty bad, I think.
Oh, we talk about Stearns as soon as he gets his proper reveal, because we have a case of not smart people trying to write a very smart character. Ruth goes to check on the inmates that try to kill the president, and she sees the music plays on one of the radios of the guards, and he gets his gun out and shoots 2 of the shooters in that prison. And the funny thing is, she doesn't really try to stop him, even though she has ample time to do so. She just watches him kill them and then kill himself. It's like, oh, good job, you did it. And
Yeah,
then
because she has her gun out pointed at him, and
Yeah.
she just let it happen. It's like, what are you doing?
well, nothing. That's the problem.
And she's the president's head of security. Like, God, the incompetence is so frustrating.
It's insane, yeah. And she realized, because I think now or a little bit later, she realized she watches the. At some point, she watches the footage and also sees what Taurus has seen with the lights. It's like, oh shit, the boys were right. Damn. And now she's like, oh, you did. Hey, Isaiah, you need to go to solitary confinement for your own safety. Because the other ones just got killed. And he's like, no, I don't want to go back to solitary, no. It's like, no, this is like the safest thing for you right now, so you don't die. Stop.
Well, I mean, at the same time, like keeping him in the building, like where two of the other people just got killed. It's like, what do you mean that you're not being like, okay, like lock down on this guy. We're transferring him somewhere.
Yeah.
So we're putting him into witness protection because there's something going on.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I don't think he'd be any more safe in solitary.
Where he's alone? Yeah. Like,
if they can mind control the guards.
Yeah. This mind control thing is a big problem for everything that happens in this movie, because that should be just Stern's ultimate plan to do anything. He could just plant commands into people.
You're right. Like,
So yeah. She then gets a call. Also, by the way, it's very convenient she went to check now. If she would have been there a little earlier or a little later, Isaiah would be dead. So, very convenient timing. Lucky for him. Except for those other two guys that we don't know the names of. They're just randoms. We don't care that they died. Fuck them.
yeah. The mind controlled normal Americans who were just there, happy to be at the meeting at the White House. Who are now dead. They will never be spoken of again.
Exactly.
One of them was Secret Service too, so it was literally just a dude doing his job.
One of her coworkers.
No, random characters don't matter. Fuck them. So the president calls Ruth like, hey, Camp Echo 1 is in trouble. The Stearns has taken over, because I think he shot the other guy the president called earlier, and now he's there. But hey, Sam and Taurus, they're already on their way there, without any suits. He just has his shield with him, and that's it. No guns, no nothing.
Which, yeah, like off the bat, it's like, why are you not like, why is the suit not there with you at least, so that when you do infiltrate the facility, you've got like the tools to take on the threats that you're going to be facing?
Yeah. To be clear, by the way, and to show how stupid Stearns already is, Sam and Taurus are already on their way there. Then the leader calls the president, telling him of his big revenge plans, and all that did is prompting him to call Ruth to drop everything and go to Camp Echo 1, which is just gonna be trouble for him. Why would the leader do that? That's just more trouble for him. It's gonna be really weird because
you got to start making him mad now so that he's ready for the final act.
Very soon he's gonna tell us, oh, I had to do all these things, so the probable things might happen.
I calculated the probability of your blood pressure raising by 0.2
Yeah.
each time I call you, and once you hit 150 over 90, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like he has any plan to deal with her. At least if there was like, aha, I've got a trap to deal with her to take her out of the equation. At least then you could have justified, like, doing that, you know?
Yeah. So basically all this did is freak Ross out, annoy him, and then he sends Ruth over there. The best part is the leader didn't even expect Sam to be here, but we'll get there, because his logic here is, it's not logicking at all.
Well, he calculates probabilities.
I think he's really bad at that. I think he should do something else. So
he
yeah,
rolls the dice on a lot of like 80% probabilities that he thinks are going to work, but then they fuck up. He
Yeah.
lands on the 20.
So our guys, go to Camp Echo 1, and they have to get in stealthily in there, but it's really fucking easy. They cut a fence, walk to the door, move some cables, and the door opens, and they go down the elevator.
Well, I think the idea is that they've got like a 30-second window or something like that to pick that lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very
supposed to be the tension. I think the funniest thing though about how it's edited is they enter the door, and it's like immediately when they're in the door, like two guards walk by in opposing directions. It's like those guys would have seen.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's hilarious. Yeah.
It's just like you guys should have done a wider shot and have them coming around the corner as the door, like once the door is closed. But it's just like the door closed and then they immediately walk by like they've got Metal Gear Solid vision cones. And as long as you're outside of that, you're cool.
But yeah, they go down there and it's like, oh, this is like a prison and a very, very stocked laboratory. And they see there's like all these people on the wall, like notes and stuff, and it's like, oh, this is where Bradley was held, and there's also a thing about the president with blood work and everything, and it says he needs to take 3 pills a day or something like that.
You mean those weren't just breath mints?
Oh my god. And then Stearns shows himself. I guess he was hiding here somewhere.
He escaped prison and then stayed at the prison for a little.
I don't know where he was hiding, but he got a big brain, so I don't know. Shouldn't Sam be scanning this thing with his Red Wing tech? But he didn't bring that, so that would have been helpful.
I mean, he did. The Red Wing is what opens the fence.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, so this is even worse.
No, Red Wing, wait outside. We're cool.
Yeah, because it can scan through walls and everything, so just scan the area, see if any... Like, you were just trying to sneakily go in there. You just assume there's no one inside, I guess. Which is, like, stupid, obviously.
Yeah, I just had to get through the door.
Stupid. But yeah, Stearns is here. But before we do anything more, we see that the president is currently in Japan and has a meeting. And Japan is like, oh, thanks for deceiving us by pretending to help us to get back to the table, but we know you stole the adamantium, so
yeah.
you better get the fuck out of here. I was like, yeah, but we didn't though. And then they're like, yeah, so but who did it? I was like, we don't know yet. We have to...
This like he's like, so you're saying that or was that later where he's like our intelligence officers found this and verified it?
That's after, yeah, but it's like. This is how it probably should have gone. It's like, yeah, but we didn't do it though. So who did? It's like, I don't know. I just heard about this for the first time. I guess we have to figure it out. But we definitely didn't do this. Like, why the fuck would we? And then, but Japan is like, nope. Looks like you don't have any info. Who did it? So fuck your treaty. And you know what? I think World War is the way better option out of the two. So fuck off.
Yeah. Which, like, how powerful is Japan in this universe?
The thing is, it probably isn't. That's the thing.
They're debating just starting a war with the U.S. It's like, buddy.
Yeah.
I know Ross seems to have pissed you off, but like you might not want to do this either. It's like...
And then Ross tells him, I can't believe you're so naive, and then he leaves or whatever. Anyway, back to Stearns. Yeah, so he's like, I worked here and I did all these things, and you know what? I put commands into people's minds with these flashing lights, so that's how how he got them to killing guys, and also uses the Mr. Bluebird song as a trigger. Wow, it's mind control. Who would have thought? Dun dun dun. I mean, yeah, of course it was. Like,
remember Civil War?
This is a non-reveal to everybody who watches this movie. Again,
I'm very glad they told us, because I wouldn't have figured it out otherwise.
Stearns is just Zero, but better. That's what you don't get.
Oh, yeah, he got a pretty big brain. That's true. Yeah. But yeah, again, mind control is well known in the MCU. It has been around at least since Bucky, maybe even longer.
Yeah. It's not even just one method.
So yeah, it's obviously mind control, but that's so stupid. Also, like the reveal of Stearns is hilarious because he looks really fucking stupid. Like, what is, like, he just has a broccoli head. He's like,
Yeah, it looks like his brain has grown so large that it has shattered his skull and is visible through his skin.
the thing is, in the
probably the
comics,
best
because
way
I
to
was
put it.
curious, in the comics he has like actually like a big head.
Yeah, he just like got a big forehead.
So here he just has like a weird floopy head and looks really funny. That's yeah.
They also did a weird thing with his eyes when he was in the shadow, where the eyes were kind of like glowing. It's like, why?
Ominous. That's why, I guess.
I guess it's to hint that it's gamma radiation because it's like green glowing eyes. Well, actually, you can obviously see one eye glowing for a little bit, and it almost looks like it's Silco from Arcane or something.
That's actually kind of what I thought too, honestly.
Right.
Yeah, they should have just kept him in the shadows. That was better.
But then Stern says something really interesting. He's like, "Oh, Captain, I'm surprised you're here, because I calculated that there was an 89% chance you would stop doing anything against me when I get Bradley in trouble."
Yeah, I mean,
I was
that's
like,
that's
no?
an insane proposition. Be like,
That's
buddy, like, had you not used Bradley, I might not be dealing with this right now.
That's the opposite. Like, the opposite happens, obviously. Oh, I'm gonna get your friend in trouble, so you stop doing anything. It's like, no.
Not only
that's-
that, when you have a super soldier who's in the front fucking row of that presentation and you mind control him to kill the president, why is he using the gun? Like, why isn't he the one that was rushing the president while the others were shooting?
Also true, yeah.
Like, why did it have to be Bradley? It could have been any other dude.
Well, he got him in here with his calculations, so he gets rid of Captain America, even though it's fucking retarded to think that if he fucks with his friend, that Sam would be like, "Oh no, I'm out." You know what they could have done instead?
I guess it's also that he didn't want Ross to actually get killed.
That's also true. Yeah. So here's the funny thing. If he would have been like, "Oh, in my calculations, you would be in prison right now," but and then they could have done a thing where Sam got out of prison somehow, and now he's doing his own thing, kind of like Steve has been doing in Winter Soldier, but he's just around, and then he's like, "Oh, there was a 90% chance that you wouldn't even get and do anything if I get a say in trouble." I was like, no, it's the opposite.
Like, yeah, you just turned this into a Sam Wilson movie, buddy.
Yeah. And then he also says, "Oh, I hired the Serpent Society, in order to create the necessary statistical scenarios for things to happen," or whatever. Yeah, it's, no, stupid. And then he also says, why do you want Ross to be dead? And then he says, "Oh, why does everybody think I want Ross dead?" And we're like, bro, I don't know, maybe because you
people to attempted to assassinate him.
Yes, you brainwashed him to take a shot at the president. Why wouldn't people believe you tried to kill him? Especially,
I mean, like, are we also to assume, are they brainwashed to miss on purpose?
I guess so. Yes,
Oh my god, this whole plan is so dumb.
it is. It's like, especially because he tells us,
I'll be right back.
"I was imprisoned in here." Like, nobody even thought you were a part of this plan until 20 seconds ago. So how the fuck would they figure out that you might not want him dead when everything points at, "Oh, you're dead"?
I just like the idea of him giving the fucking commands to the mind control people. Okay, you need to shoot at the president, but don't kill him.
Don't
like,
kill him.
What?
Because when I first watched it, I was like, "Oh, are they gonna do a thing where he got shot, but he just survives easily because he has the Red Hulk in him?" But that's not even like thought about. It's really dumb. And also, maybe, you know what, Stearns, with your big brain plans, maybe don't reveal yourself to everyone so people believe that you're not even a part of this. Because if they don't know you're here, it's just gonna help you not being the part of the plan. So investigations go completely differently while you do your actual plan. Because right now it seems like he's actively damaging his own odds.
Yeah. Because the thing you would do is you would constantly misdirect. Oh no, it was this other person who had the big brain plan, not me.
Yeah.
As opposed to, hey, I'm just going to call up and reveal I'm the one fucking with you the whole time. It's so dumb.
Yeah, it's also weird. So there's another small scene earlier where Sam points out, it's like, why did he not kill the president? He had like a clear shot. That is odd. So it seems like Sam had like an inkling that he's oh, maybe they didn't want him dead for some reason. But I think all he says after he hears this reveal is like, damn. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, I guess.
Oh, yeah, this is. I'm sorry, I just remembered. This is also the scene where we get the line of the annoying sidekick saying something about like something genetics, and Sam is just like, "Whoa, don't make me break out the dictionary." It's like,
oh what? Yeah. You don't know what that
mean?
You don't know what that word means. You don't know what genetics are. What? Why do you make him stupid? Or more stupid,
Sorry for
I should say.
There. That just
no, it's fine.
Back into my head. It's like, I have to do this. This pissed me off.
It's so bad. Anyway, Stern says he has all the intelligence and big braininess to make things happen, and he has been helping Ross for like, I don't know, like 16, 20 years to get where he is. Meaning that he was there in the background, Stearns that is, when Civil War happened, and all the other things in these last 20 years.
Oh, no.
Should he been able to
Stearns
tell?
is another shadow organization that's secretly been pulling the strings the entire time.
Not pulling the strings. He was working for Ross. So Ross should have been able to tell him most likely what happens if any character does anything in those movies. At least the probability. It's like, hey, why did Tony just ask me about these things on the raft and then just went away? What do you think he's going to do? And then Stearns were like, oh, he's definitely going after Bucky and Cap to help them out. This just makes me feel like the leader has been actively fucking him over this whole time. Because almost everything in the MCU should have been going very differently with this new context. Yeah. Recontextualize more things from the past. That's always good. It's another thing where they do it and makes things worse. Because Ross had access to this guy in the past, and I guess he just didn't use him. He exclusively used him to become the president. Or did he use him but didn't really help from what we see? Because in all the movies, we see that the heroes figure stuff out themselves and don't ask Ross about his big brain companion in the cell in Echo 1 or whatever.
Don't they also say, though, that he was using him for, like, research and development of, like, technology?
Well, that's another interesting thing they could address with this guy, because when in The Incredible Hulk, he got the sample from Bruce, and he duplicated it in like various ways in order to do experiments. And he's like, dude, like, this is amazing if you can control it. Like, we can get rid of all these medical issues and pains and illnesses and everything. It's gonna be great. But there's not even a thing here. So it just makes you wonder, what did he do during the blip to help? Like, was he even around during the blip? Like they keep piling on the MCU, and nothing is explored. I guess Bruce Banner didn't care to help him out getting rid of this. Like, he knows about Stearns, and he was in the Avengers and everything. He had like all these resources, so he should have known that he's somewhere around trying to get rid of his condition with the big braininess. Like, you telling Bruce didn't try to help him, even though I feel like Bruce would be very much interested in helping someone else out who has like the Bruce genes, the Hulk genes in him. Tony would be very interested in talking to that guy. Black Widow would have probably been would be allowed to use him as a resource in some ways. It's Ross in general going to him is like, hey, do you have this fucking purple Thanos guy attacking us? Can you give us some big brain information that we could use to our advantage, maybe? Like, there's so many things wrong. He's been just in this cell for, like, I don't know, 15 years before he decides to fuck over Ross because he only... It's so weird. Like, the timeline is so fucked because... I think he says, like, oh, he's the president now, but he actually didn't give me the pardon and everything and moved me, which we learn later. But we also learned that he's been giving him gamma dosages for years now. So I don't know at which point he actually decided to fuck him over. Because the thing is, he should have very early figured out with his big brain, it's like, oh, he's definitely not gonna pardon me when time comes. Because the probability of that is very low, because he's a very selfish person. So yeah, I don't know. It's just all fucked. Black Widow and Fury were the ones to take Stearns into custody in a tie-in comic, which I believe is canon. Well, that's very interesting.
Oh my god!
I need to find that. That's actually hilarious and bad.
He didn't calculate the probability of being able to get away from Black Widow and Fury.
But yeah, that's something I was thinking through watching the movie too. It's like, okay, the blip happened. Like, were both of these guys gone? Were both of them here? Did one go and the other stay?
The answer is the writers don't even know. It's like
they probably don't even know what the blip is at this point. What do you mean the blip? What are you referring to? What? Yeah,
it's so stupid.
And if you tell them what it is, they'll just be like, "Oh, that was resolved by the end of Endgame."
So the insanity of this guy not getting his plan done like years ago, or even if he wants to like do it right now, because we learned that his big plan is to ruin the legacy of Thunderbolt Ross. And this plan is to give him small dosages of gamma radiation through the pills he makes for him because of his heart condition.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not going to get too science nerdy, but do you guys have any concept of how lethal gamma radiation is?
It's very small.
Extremely?
Yeah, like, no, the only person in existence who's ever been exposed to gamma radiation and lived is fucking Bruce Banner. And he's fictional.
Yeah.
So like them using it as a thing that you could just put a little bit of it in a pill and it won't not only kill him, but likely give leukemia to pretty much everyone he ever interacts with on a long-term basis. Mm-hmm. It's like, it's so silly.
So, here's some other very smart things he could have done. He is the main prisoner. He has resources. He got all the information. He got all the notes and blood work of of Ross, of Bradley, anyone. Release it. Release all this information to the public. You can do that at any time.
That would probably do a lot of brand damage to the guy whose reputation you want to ruin.
And you know what? If you don't want to do that, you can program people with mind control over their smartphone.
Have him just go to a presidential conference and say just over-the-top racist shit. That'll do it.
And I already saw you call the president on his phone. Just make it go blip, blip, blop, blip, blip, blop, blip, blop. And then make him say all the things he's done. And then make him go Red Hulk and fuck up the White House or whatever you want to do. Like, what's with your elongated insano plan? Why? Why did you start this years ago? This could have been done immediately. It's just...
Yeah, I mean, when you have the ability to mind control a person who is addressing the entire world on a regular basis, do you have any idea how easy it would be to tank their reputation in 20 minutes?
It's insane. You could do all these things, and I had to hire the Serpent Society to get all these probabilities. Shut the fuck up. You can mind control people. What are you talking about?
Have him choke a baby. That'll do
Choke a baby and punt a puppy.
That's the thing. You don't even need to go that extreme. Just have him air out all his dirty laundry. That'll fucking
Yes, exactly.
destroy him.
People are already on edge about him because they know his past as like a wartime general and everything. That's his worry. Just do that, but yeah, if we do that, we don't have this movie, which would be better actually.
Wait, too soon. Did a baby recently get choked? Did I accidentally touch on a nerve there?
By a politician?
I don't know. I mean, like, really, if anyone choked a baby, that's bad news. Like, obviously, I don't condone that.
I mean,
A real asshole.
you never know what that baby did. Maybe it was really mean.
It's a very racist baby.
I'm pretty sure this baby did blackface. And then Stearns tells Sam's like, oh, see, Ross even knows Isaiah is responsible, and he still lets Bradley rot in prison. So, you know what, just let me finish my work. But obviously, Sam won't do that, and he tries to attack him, and then Stern presses a button, and like a stun device, so I think on EFAB 3 he called it like a sonic beam, and I can't really think of a better way to describe it. Like a sonic beam comes from the ceiling and just kind of stuns Sam, and he can't move. And then he looks at him, it's like, don't be boring. And then, like, mind control guards come in, and he stops the stun device and walks away. And Sam's like, you think they're gonna stop us? And he's like, it's gonna be long enough. And then Stearns just leaves while they fight these guys. Why did he stop the machine? Just don't stop the machine.
Yeah.
And then Taurus has to fight by himself, and he's gonna get fucked over.
Yeah, it was super handy that he had like an Avenger neutralizing device right in the middle of the room where
Insane.
Sam was standing.
Yeah, he's a very smart guy, don't you know? But yeah, they fight these guys, and they have like weird fucking taser cattle prods and not guns for some reason.
Yeah, guns are bad, okay.
But those are like future sci-fi space cattle prod taser guns.
Cattle prods exist.
And both of them get hit by them, but they just kind of shrug it off. They don't have the super serum and no suit on.
Yeah.
They're fucked. Also, if they would have had guns, those guards, they'd be dead. Which is funny, because when they go outside, they get shot at. So, Stern doesn't even care if they die. So why?
Those
why
taser
did you?
prods are the perfect weapon for temporarily neutralizing a hostile prisoner for like a couple seconds.
It's fucking insane.
Before they're totally ready to fight like superheroes again.
And they both get like hit by those tasers, but they just shrug it off. It's fucking stupid. They're just normal men. That's
normal men.
Oh, that's a meme I need to put in my video. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that has
I
me
love that
going.
clip.
We're just normal
But, yeah,
men.
What do you mean, normal men? Just innocent men.
Just innocent men.
But yeah, they get hit by the tasers, the cattle prods numerous times. It's not just like once and they shrug it off. They get hit like 2 or 3 times each.
Yeah.
And it's just nothing to them, pretty much.
Yeah. They're only really effective if you're Randy or the script needs it to be effective. So get wrecked.
Yeah, about once a year I get the option to be tased when the MPs are doing training, and I'm always just like, nope.
No, thank you.
Like, it's like, no, I'm good.
Don't feel like pissing myself today. Thank you very much. Because I wonder if their thought process is like, yeah, but Steve was able to tank. It's like, yeah, but he was actually like super powered with the serum, so he was able to tank a couple of those. But it still kind of knocked him over for a bit. So
even then, like, I mean, we could even poke at the concept of the super serum's power level being a little all over the map over the course of like all the movies, like Bucky included. it's not immediately clear what they can and cannot do or absorb. But at least, like, I mean, there's a reason there that at least makes you think like, oh, okay, well, I guess he did that because. Whereas, yeah, like they make a real big point in this movie about Sam just being a normal man.
So that's I feel like they forget that Steve got like pretty fucked up in every one of the movies he's in, but considering what Sam goes through in this movie, he's fine. Like he's very well at the end of this movie, considering he has to fight a Hulk head on. It's just...
Well, that's the thing too with the fight with the guys with the cattle prod. He just got stabbed in like the shoulder. What? The same day or the day before, and now that wound is just like forgotten about.
Yeah,
it happened in a different scene. Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay,
exactly.
It's like in a video game. Like when you get to the end of the chapter, just boom, full health.
Nah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good point.
Consumables replenished too.
Yeah, they fight their way out, and yeah, again, the leader is not like he's trying to keep them alive. Like they only have tasers here because the plot needs us to be alive, even though they get shot at later on when they get triggered by the radio. And considering Sam surprised you so much with your calculations, and you don't want this to happen again, you probably want him dead so that doesn't happen again, right?
Yeah.
If he's such a monkey wrench, maybe fucking. That's actually kind of racist that I just said. That's a bit in a funny way.
Well, I mean, the wrench was the noun.
That actually reminds me, though. Does calling broccoli head big-brained, is that offensive to him?
If you call him a
I
broccoli
don't
head. Oh,
that's,
not cool.
It's a simile, I guess. Like you're just saying your head looks like broccoli.
Yeah.
You're not saying it is broccoli.
You are broccoli.
But Metal just really likes the Foo Fighters, okay? Monkey Wrench.
But yeah, they fight these guys off. They go in the hallway, and there's more of them. But Ruth is here. Oh, by the way, she's ex-Black Widow. I forgot to mention that earlier. They look her up, and it's like, oh, she's ex-Black Widow. And she gets in here, it's like, stop, don't fight them. But then she fights those guys off, and somehow she's doing better against these guys, even though she's like actually tiny and scrawny and doesn't even have remotely as much leverage as like Scarlett Johansson had as Black Widow. Like even with the Widow training, this is not gonna go well for you. She doesn't have any gadgets or anything. Like,
well, I think I was reading somewhere that she's originally was supposed to be a mutant, and like or like her character in the comics is a mutant. But I actually thought that them saying that she's former Black Widow was like, oh wait, so is that like did they write all of her powers out of this or something, or like I don't know. I have no idea who she's supposed to be or why.
Yeah, but she doesn't.
Why is Ruth?
The thing is, she doesn't look nearly as fit, or I mean. Scarlett Johansson doesn't look imposing, but she looks like she can move some mass around. And again, when you look at like Civil War or Winter Soldier, she keeps using like her gadgets and everything, and like a lot of speed and everything.
They also don't frame her in a way that makes her look tiny. Like
yes.
Even if Scarlett Johansson is a comparable height
yeah.
to this Ruth person, which like I mean I don't know, like I'd have to see them back to back to actually believe that, to be honest, even if Google says it. But like they do not do this woman any favors as far as making her look imposing with the way they film her in this film.
Her gadgets, you say? Chat, stop it! Stop! It's not gooning time yet. We're still talking about the movie.
Well, I mean, it is a Discord show, so.
Yeah, it just. I hated that scene because she takes out like 8 of these guys while Sam and the other guy take out 1 each.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, come on.
Yeah, They do way better in the other movies with
Which
ScarJo.
again, it makes me think though that if this is a rewrite and it was supposed to be revealed that she is like an actual superhero with superpowers, that might have made this make a little bit more sense. But
Yeah. If she had the super serum, it'd be like, okay, fine.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this has been completely scrapped. It's kind of weird because you can just get her out of this movie and nothing really changes. She's such an insane side character that doesn't do anything important. She's just kind of around. Kind of like...
She's the definition of a third wheel.
Weirdly enough, kind of like Captain America in this movie. Like, this movie is not about Sam Wilson. This is like about the conflict. It's like the conflict that comes from the Incredible Hulk, which is just hilarious.
I mean, yeah, I guess Sam doesn't really have an arc in this movie, does he?
They pretend to, but no. Oh, by the way, the the room they were in and fought these other guys that also had like the sonic beam at the ceiling. That door shuts down, but they just break the window and reach the unlock button with their hands. So it's good security they have down there.
Yeah, at a black site prison.
It's fucking insane. So they all go outside and
it's easy to overlook her. It's pretty good.
Ross has told other soldiers to take them in for trespassing on government property, which is just hilarious that this is the thing. They're like, yes, we're gonna take you in for this. And Sam says at some point, you already have one Captain America in custody. You want another? It's like, listen, I barely believe you're Captain America. Don't say that. Just fucking stop, okay? I'm sorry.
Just to address something real quick, Defrosted Robot says that, and someone in the EFAT chat mentioned the current serum doesn't change your body, it just gives you strength. Neither did the original serum. It was the like microwave by like stimulators that made Steve all jacked. It's just, I guess the serum made it so that didn't kill him.
Right.
Oh, it would have been pretty funny if he just stayed small, but he was still super fast and strong.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Roof at some point says, you guys were right. I found the same thing happening like you did. It's like, yeah. Mm-hmm. So they're about to get taken in, but then the radio starts playing the song and they have to run away, which they just do without problem because the shield is just a magnet for bullets again. They just don't shoot the legs or anything, and they just drive off. If only they had the guns inside, they would all be dead, but nope. They're outside here. They also shoot at the truck from behind, but, you know, movie trucks are bulletproof, so...
And also, they don't get in their own vehicle to chase them for some reason.
That wasn't in the programming. Actually, it's just kind of funny to think about because they just drive off, and what happens to their programming then? Are they just standing around there now, just doing nothing? It's like,
how did we get
what now?
They're standing there killing anyone who happens to walk by.
Yeah. 1940 serum changed Steve and Red Skull by a lot. Yeah, the thing is, the serum they have now that they talk about in the show, actually, in the I always want to say Captain Falcon and the Falcon Winter Soldiers show.
Red Skull had like a really terrible reaction to it, but
Yeah,
also
yeah.
he's not like gigantic, and like he was still Hugo Weaving before
Yeah, no,
the
what I'm-
serum too.
I'm
Whereas
saying
Steve,
is
Steve is in that machine that like Howard Stark is like turning the thing up, and then they're like, "Stop it, he's gonna die." He's like, "No, I can do this."
Yeah.
Those are the things that are
The
making
thing
him
is,
like gigantor.
The thing they don't really explore is why Sam doesn't take the serum. Because the serum that exists now is like super safe and doesn't really have any drawbacks. Because the serum John Walker gets, you just take it and then you get the powers. So it's like the best
PR
version of the
and-
serum you can get.
It's like pride and PR. Like it's like, oh, I don't need the serum, so I'm not going to take it, and then I can tell people that I don't have the serum, which looks good on me as a role model for people. But like, I mean, no one has the Falcon wings either, dude.
Yeah, we get to that when
So,
he
like-
talks to Ross again, because it's
Oh,
it's what they're trying to construe there is just fucking insanity and doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Anyway, they just
I don't know. The Frost Robot says here the serum wasn't needed to get it to work right. It was just the fact that Steve was a good person that made it so that he didn't get all like Red Skull.
Steve's character and values came before the serum, and then then because of that he got it, and then he was like, now I need to take this power to do the best I can.
Yeah.
So it's I hate this movie. We go back to the president, and it's like, oh, Japan was apparently right. There was a breach, and some U.S. peeps stole it, and they were paid by some FBI, CIA, black fund or whatever. So I guess they did their own investigation and figured out that America did steal it. I don't know. But should it be more like, oh, there's some weird shit going on where they have paid Sidewinder via a CIA black fund, and that is very weird, and we should probably see who did this. Hey, can we call Japan real quick? It's like, yeah, we just saw someone, like, the guy got paid by, you know, a black fund of us, and we didn't do this. We are trying to figure out who this is. Maybe you want to share some of your investigation. Maybe we can figure this out together so we don't have to do a world war. That would be pretty cool. Also, who would have done this? Paying them? Did the leader use his mind control to make someone do it? Did he do it himself? How did he access the funds to begin with? I don't understand how this even happened without anyone really noticing. Like, if they figure out, it's like, oh, someone used CIA black funds to do this, shouldn't they easily be able to figure out who actually did it in the government or in the CIA?
And you figured the president should off the bat say, okay, that means there's someone in my organization that is like committing treason and we need to look into this.
Yeah. Hey, Japan and all the other states with the treaty, we're currently under mind control things. So if anything
don't
weird,
start a war with us right now.
If
please.
anything weird happens, it's very likely it's not going to be one of us properly, because mind
give us to
control
the
is
end
happening.
of this movie to figure it out.
And then they could have like say, oh, like the Winter Soldier. No, something different. Oh, like with the Scarlet Witch. Like, no, it's something different. Oh, did you have like another step? It's like, no, it's.
I mean,
something...
debatably, like it's pretty close to the Winter Soldier.
It's something completely new. It's like with phones and stuff. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, it's lights and a song instead of keywords. But it's basically the Winter Soldier one.
This is fucking funny. And then we hear that Japan has called a small navy to go to the Celestial Island to claim it, I guess. They just want to claim it now? Because I guess they can.
I mean, like, yeah, my automatic thing would be like, okay, just let them for now. Like, just let Japan stay there with a couple boats. It's going to be fine.
And then Ross gets really angry. He's like, get a strike group of carriers, and if there's only one country that should have adamantium, it'll be us, wartime general. That's what I was, and I'm gonna be a wartime president. And I think he also breaks like a marble coffee table with his bare hands, which no one reacts to.
No one really says anything about it. They all were like, oh, fuck, that was weird. He must be really pissed. Anyway.
Yeah. And now we have to ask the question, how come Wakanda doesn't give a singular shit about the Celestial? What about the Atlanteans?
Well, I mean, I'm not even going to acknowledge the Atlanteans, but I'm assuming that Wakanda is just like, well, we got vibranium, so whatever.
They should probably like, what do you mean there's something that's as good as vibranium? That's like a whole thing. We want that too.
I mean, I guess though, if they're isolationists, then they just want them to not come to Wakanda with it, and like presumably Japan doesn't have any beef with Wakanda, I guess. At least until Assassin's Creed Shadows comes out.
But yeah, this is the kind of thing every country in the world should be interested in getting their hands on. The UK, Russia, Spain, Portugal, Italy, like everyone.
Well, the weird thing is that they mentioned like, oh, everyone has been scrambling to get it and has been building research facilities. And somehow Japan was the one who was able to extract like a refined block of it or whatever it is.
No, they're just getting there now. They didn't actually go there. They just got the first refined sample, and now they're actually going there. So makes sense.
It's so dumb. So yeah, it's just also it is said that see they finally acknowledged the celestial, but they don't though. They're just like, hey, this is celestial islands, has adamantium on it.
Yeah, no, they just as easily could have been an island that was just discovered, that was always there. Like that, it being from space is not really addressed.
Maybe as a reminder, the celestial was living inside Earth and was about to be born through it. It cracked open the Earth from the middle, I assume. And none of this had any repercussions for people, the planet, or anyone else.
Property value probably took a dive. That wasn't an intentional pun either.
Yeah.
That's like existential terror there. Like, what do you mean there was a gigantic creature living inside of our planet and it being fully birthed would have killed us all? What do you mean?
Also,
can it still continue coming out?
Horror and
also, wasn't there a second celestial out, like just floating at Earth and just grabbed some of the Eternals and then fucked off? Like, does anyone care about that?
I didn't see the Eternals. So.
Me neither. That's just what I remember from hearing about it. As James said, I think in the comics, adamantium is just man-made, and it's not just space magic where they just made the celestial out of adamantium. I don't know. It's not addressed at all. It's just fucking silly. It's just like, here's this place called Celestial Island. Anyway, the war. Yeah. Sam and the other two, they made their way to the military group in, I think they're like Norfolk or something. They tell us where they are. We need to look again because for the time frames that happen might be interesting if that makes any sense. It might not. I don't know. And they just kind of talk about the whole mind blocking things, like, oh, I can do a thing so we can block out the mind control. And then Ruth wonders, wait, what if someone here is already affected? And Tara says, oh, that's a good point. And what does he do? He just fucking blasts the trigger song without any warning in a room.
I mean, it's not like they were in a room full of very dangerous people.
All armed to their teeth.
Fucking SEALs.
Which are probably programmed to kill someone as soon as they go thing. What a retarded thing to do, but hey, wasn't that funny?
I actually kind of want to call that out as a problem, that none of them were under the mind control thing, because this is the team Falcon has been working with. Of course you would want someone in that team to be under your control.
You would think so, yeah.
Disregarding the value of some of the most effective warriors which exist in our weird real world.
Anyway, Sam made it so that Sidewinder is here. They got him out of police custody to here because I guess the president or the security details had no interest in getting him somewhere properly safe after causing this whole problem. But reshoots, fuck it. And then Sidewinder's like, wow, I can't believe you're still standing after all this stabbing I've done to you. I assume it was vibranium Kevlar stuff. And Sam just says, perks of the job. It's like, why did you even bring this up? Like, if you wouldn't have brought this up, I would have said, man, it's kind of lucky he survived that and it's just up and about. But now you just made it stupid because you said, this is vibranium weave or whatever. It's like, so you shouldn't be damaged at all. But I've seen you been stabbed and bleed. So I don't know why you even put this here. You're just shooting yourself in your foot. It's just fucking stupid. Absolute, a cope line, pretty much.
Oh god, this podcast is just making me so upset at all the people that I saw on Twitter that were like, "This movie's like a solid 7, guys." God, like,
I actually have not seen that.
Mind?
I haven't seen any of these.
Oddly pervasive, but I've been doing my best to just not engage. It's just not good for my mental health.
And he's like, hey, I want full immunity before I give you info. And Sam is like, no. He's like, fine, reduced sentence. And then he basically tells him that he and his old unit found Stearns and that he was infected with Banner's blood, but it didn't give him strength, but big brain powers. And then Ross saw it as an opportunity and made him make him take more of the blood and made him his personal think tank to make weapons and shit for the government. Meaning that Camp Echo 1 was the stick and the pardon at the end was the carrot. Exposition, Gus Exposition Man, he did it. He gave us all the things we need to know. In case you haven't this figured out yourself yet, I guess. And Stern went with it because he was told he will be let go when Ross becomes the president eventually. But obviously here we are. He hasn't been let go and now he wants revenge. And apparently he paid Sidewinder through a CIA black fund, and that's bad for the treaty and might cause war. And yeah. So Ross is not interested in talking to Sidewinder at all. They just say he was in police custody, which, I don't know. I feel like he would be in something much more secure than that, as I already said, but whatever. We need this scene to happen. Like, an international incident is currently happening, and you don't want to talk to this guy who is one of the most responsible for this happening. It's like, hey, who paid you? Who did you talk to? Might be an important asset to talk to. Yeah. Anyway, this is it for Sidewinder. He's out of the movie now. He did his job. Gus gave us all the exposition we need. He's out of the window. And I guess Captain America is just like, okay, you can get your reduced sentence in your own cell. But if you run away, I'll get you. And then he basically says, like, not if I get you first. Ha ha. Or something. I don't know. Fucking. It's Jover for Sidewinder here. We're done with him.
I'm so sick of Gus being wasted in fucking everything because they just want to do Gus from Breaking Bad, but worse.
It's so much worse. They just make a grumpy old man that talks like he always does.
Just like he's a good actor and you could do so much with him, even if you want him to make your, you want to use him as your big villain bad man. But it's just, he's Gus. Look, Gus is back. Guys, it's Gus. I'm so sick of it.
Yeah. Again, Stern's big brain couldn't figure out he doesn't get pardoned at some point. But I guess he figured that out years ago and started doing the pill stuff instead of everything else I just already pointed out. Well, that's whatever. You could say Sidewinder is on the fring now. Ayo! And then they're like, oh god, we need to go to the president because the guy, the military guy, he's called Dennis, by the way. I just remembered. It's like, well, he's currently on the air carrier and tries to meet the Japan fleet on the sea, and that's bad. And so they make their way to that carrier. In the meantime, Stern just shows up at some admiral's house, shoots him and his wife. And I think the only reason he does that is to call Ross, and I guess the Admiral has like a thing in his house where he can just communicate with people in jet planes.
Yeah.
Because
because also, I mean, doesn't he say the line, "I'm destroying your legacy"? And I kind of thought that meant that he killed Betty, like that he was at Betty's house.
I don't know.
That was going to be the reveal that makes him.
No, he doesn't want to kill Betty. He wants that Betty is angry with Ross, so they don't ever make up ever again.
Well, I mean, wouldn't be able to make up ever again if she was still pissed at him and then she got killed, right?
But yeah, just begs the question, why did he, like, that's the only thing I can think of why he would do that. Like, you don't even know why he actually kills anyone. It just doesn't seem necessary for him to do any of this.
Especially himself.
Yeah.
Also, like, why is the president on the warship in the battle zone?
Because he's a wartime president, goddammit.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Well, maybe you're just a coward.
No, you see, the president has to fight on the front lines.
It's funny though, because when we cut to the Japan's president,
Alexander
he's
the
just in
Great.
his office where he should be.
Yeah.
So
Like, we might start a war here, so we're gonna have a big naval battle where the fucking president is gonna be on one of the possibly sinkable ships.
But yeah, they're on their way to Celestial Islands. Again, they didn't even talk about these properly. It's just a place now. But much like they did before in the big safe bunker, Sam, Torres, and Ruth, they just land on that carrier and just walk to the president. And the president is like, the fuck are you doing here? Get him out of here. But Ruth is like, no, I brought him here. And there's like, oh, okay. So I guess that's resolved now. I don't know. Clearances don't exist. It's fine. He's Captain America. He can just do that, I guess. So
Yeah, remember when FDR like parachuted into Normandy?
Oh. And then Sam's like, President, we need to talk now. And he tells him Stearns has been pulling the strings the whole time. And they even found things about Ross in Camp Echo 1. Like blood works and scans. And have you been feeling like yourself recently? He might have implanted you with rage bait or something. I don't know. Maybe he's been sending you mean memes to make you really angry. And it's like, of course I feel like myself. It's just fine. But you could I'll just hack these files. But then he gets pressed by Sam, and he's like, well, I was dying. My heart was failing, and he was the only one who figured out how to make the heart medication. And remember when he said he has heart problems in Civil War, and at the time that meant Stearns started making pills for him. And it also just recontextualizes Ross's reasons as to why he was in favor of the Accords in Civil War, because it goes from we need to be held accountable for our actions to I want the presidency, Lamau. It's like,
yeah, this is my first big move that's gonna put me on the map politically.
Yeah,
Way
which
better
is
than
man, what kind of assassination of this character? Thank you, awesome. So he basically gave Stern the hope to turn himself around with his condition and stuff by giving him in this lab in Camp Echo 1. And but when it was finally time to move him somewhere, he says, I couldn't do it because I couldn't risk losing the pills. And now he wants revenge, and he doesn't even care if it's war. Why would he stop giving you those
terms of the pardon? Yeah, exactly. Make the terms of the pardon that's like, yeah, but you need to provide me with this medicine indefinitely. Otherwise, you're going right back in here because I'm the president and can make that happen.
Or there's other people who can make medication.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Give me the recipe or something.
It's like, exactly.
And again, in Incredible Hulk, Stern was like very excited about the samples he got from Bruce Banner. So he can control properly, cure diseases, and like, has he still been doing that while he was still working with Ross before he turned on him? Or has he just been completely switched to make weapons for us with your big brain? Did he not do anything like this? I don't know, it's just, it's stupid.
Was he making weapons, or was it just the heart pills? Like, we don't really see the result of the weapons that he's made, right?
Well, Gus exposition to us that he made him his personal think tank to make weapons and technology for the government.
The thing is, like, what weapons did this guy make that we've seen in the MCU that like no one else could have developed?
I do not know.
Like, not a single one is brought up. So the only thing we've seen this guy actually do is develop a mind control technique and make heart pills that have a non-lethal somehow dose of gamma radiation in them.
Yeah. It's yeah.
Oh God, I'm getting a headache. I feel like my head's gonna turn into like Stearns.
Yeah. Yeah, or
popping out.
Or I don't know. Maybe he was just sitting in his laboratory, trying to get rid of his condition. But the thing is, all it did to him was make him really smart and look kind of funny. So wouldn't it be kind of reasonable to assume he had the thought of maybe instead of reversing all of that, working on something that just doesn't make him look as stupid anymore. You know?
They just mind control the president to just give him the pardon.
Yeah. That's also, yeah. It's almost like this whole mind control thing is a big issue for this whole movie. I don't know. He could have, like, if you get a funny looking face but start coming out and give people, like, healing for all kinds of things, the vast majority would give a shit about your look. Especially in the fucking MCU, in this topsy-turvy world where all kinds of crazy shit happens. You have, like, Hulks and everything. So some fucking broccoli head is gonna be like, yeah, whatever, who cares?
By the way, I don't know if you mentioned it or not, but they found a workaround to prevent the mind control from working on anyone else. Like, I know that got brought up, but it's like, why wouldn't he just go around it and make it work again? He got
true,
it to work
yeah.
the first time. Why wouldn't he just like, oh, they out-hacked me, I'll out-hack them?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah.
It's like the most useful thing ever. Why would you just be like, oh, damn. Oh, dang, they stopped my horrible plan. I'm just not going to do anything about it.
I don't want to anymore.
There's some more of this movie left.
Unfortunately,
there's still left. There's more left, yeah.
Yeah, at least we didn't do the late time slot. Otherwise, we'd just be getting started right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's also some more bullshit where Sam tells Ross, it's not too late to prove yourself to others, and I got the same problem being Captain America, blah, blah. I want my daughter to love me again. It's fucking lame. It's boring. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. All I can think about is how this would have all been so much more interesting with Bucky as Cap, because being someone who is being brainwashed has to deal with people with mind control, and I don't know, the press be like, dude, we can't trust you. You've been mind controlled before, and we deal with mind control. We can't really, like, it's too much of a struggle. And just in general, him being the Captain America, trying to prove himself, having to struggle with people being like, dude, you assassinate like JFK and the Starks and everything, and then he has to prove himself to be worthy. But because he did start off as a soldier, of course, so would have been much more interesting.
Yeah.
But we don't do that. Because I feel like Sam was the choice just because they became friends, I guess. And I don't know, there seems to be a hefty dose of virtue signaling. I'm good at talking good. And I feel like at the time they really wanted to have a black Captain America. And hey, they could have made this work still. There's no reason to make it so shit. Like, you could work with this to make it a cool story, but you just make it boring and shit.
Well, I mean, even like with the Captain America, Falcon and the Winter Soldier loan thing, like they went out of their way to be like, let's make this as topically racist as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Where this guy just can't get a loan because, I mean, well, black people don't get loans. So it's like, wait, what? You mean gainfully employed black people can't get loans? I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah. We said it before. We don't hate Sam Wilson as a character. He's a pretty decent character, but he doesn't fit this role like whatsoever.
Well, I mean, it's just like the whole story around this sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Likewise with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's just like they're not writing good stuff for him. And they seem to be just obsessed with the weight of the Captain America mantle being the thing he needs to struggle with, instead of, I don't know, giving him other things to struggle with.
Yeah. Oh, Steven says in chat, why did Ross extend any pardons towards Banner if he wanted his daughter to speak with him again? Yes, true. Absolutely true. It's like, hey, I'm going to take care of this. Anyway, some pilots get fleed by the song, which, again, I guess the random general that Stern's shot had access to the airplanes in the air on active missions. And that makes the pilots attack the Japanese fleet. And everyone is surprised that it is mind control, even though it shouldn't be. It's fucking... And anyway, this is like a massive problem already. Like, there needs to be all kinds of shooting happening immediately. When those 2 jets start attacking the Japanese fleet, it's fucking over. Like, we're already, like, this is, everyone should be scouring.
No, let's wait to see if the missiles make contact. Okay, okay, we're good. No war.
The only reason we get here is because no one is communicating. Like, none of the important people of the countries are communicating. Ross never went to call with everyone, and we talked about this earlier. It's like, hey, listen, we got some mind control happening right now, and people are trying to fuck with this treaty, so if things happen, it's not us, and we're working on this. We'd appreciate your help, actually. So, yeah, again, mind control.
There's all of the intel that we have on it right now, sent directly to your intelligence agency.
Yeah. Here, look at this footage. You see how these lights flash, and then they all moved like puppets when the song started happening?
Yeah, these aren't actors. They're not pretending right now. They're legit mind-controlled people in this world where tons of crazy shit is constantly happening publicly. It's not really that much of a stretch in the MCU.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... and then we get a long-ish action scene where I just have to question even more what the fuck power levels even are, or what they're supposed to be. So, just to shortly go through it, Sam tanks rockets, cutting planes with his wings. Concussions don't exist. He throws shields in a way that is actually impossible for even someone with superpower to do, because he's currently flying behind a jet, throws the shield, it goes through the rockets, and then back to him. He captures this perfectly.
I mean, like, I have to just assume he's got some kind of, like, magnet bracer on his arm or something like that. Like, that would make, honestly, far more sense, with even, honestly, in the scenes where he's not flying and fighting against jets. Just being in a room, throwing it, having it bounce and hit 5 guys, and then it go directly back to him.
Yeah.
It's a little weird to think that a dude can just throw that shield and have that happen.
Yep. Sam's got black girl magic, don't you know?
He's a black man.
God.
Black magic.
Black magic. And yeah, Sam just smashes himself into rockets because he uses the wings as like shields, and it doesn't even like stop him. It's just funny to think about that he can do this while there's multiple scenes in the other Captain America movies where Steve blocks like an explosive with the shield and just gets flung around. Actually, when Bucky gets yeeted out of the train in the first one, he blocks with the shield, and he did not have any superpowers then.
I guess like you gotta kind of try to contextualize this more as like an Iron Man fight scene.
Yeah,
like,
but he isn't,
if Iron Man can do it, can Sam do it here? Because it seems like the writers are just treating him as if he is Iron Man here.
The funny thing is, Iron Man would have massive problems beating Sam with the fucking powers he has right now. It's insane.
Oh yeah, actually that is probably true.
It's fucking crazy. Well, Taurus is also up here, and he's also doing a couple of moves and shoots some rockets. Unfortunately for Taurus, he doesn't get the amazing, super awesome suit. And for some reason, Taurus decides, oh, you know what? I'm going to fling myself towards this rocket as well. And Sam is like, don't do this. I got this. Like, no, I'll do this. It's fine. And then explosions happen, and he fucking flies into the sea. And it's from very high up, so he might as well have landed on a concrete floor.
Absolutely is dead here, by the way. And he's not in vibranium.
I need to say it, best part of the movie, because we don't have to hear from this fucking character until the very end.
Yeah. Thanks, Sam, for not giving him the awesome suit. He might have been fine. Give him your spare suit. I know it has a little scratch in there.
He's still superhuman because he doesn't die.
Yes, yeah.
He's in critical condition, but like he fell from the cloud line, man. He'd be dead.
He does. He should be.
In fact, didn't Falcon's, like, I'm talking back from Winter Soldier, Falcon's other partner who was like a Falcon flyer guy, didn't he die? Fall out of the sky? Hit something and is dead? So it's not like they're invulnerable.
They are really not.
Falcon suits aren't magic.
Nope. They also tried to tell the Japanese pilots that's like, it's not them. We're trying to do something, but it won't work. And they also decide to not start any new fighter jets in order to not look more aggressive. Again, there should be so much conversations happening everywhere, but it's not really happening. Japan just doesn't believe that those 2 pilots have gone rogue because the president lies here to damage the Japanese fleet, is what they think, with 2 fucking jets.
Yeah. But they're 2 mind control jets, so it's fine.
Like,
Also,
if
James says, I mean, War Machine. No, not War Machine. In Winter Soldier, Falcon, like Sam mentions that his wingman was killed, and you assume he's talking about them both being like fighter pilots until it's revealed that he has like the Falcon wings and stuff. So, there was another Falcon at one point, although I think he's unnamed. I don't think they ever actually like mentioned his name.
I feel like we mentioned his name yesterday, but I forgot again.
Oh, he does have a name?
I think his wingman does have a name. Riley.
Oh.
Thank you. That's the name. Yeah.
How about that?
We talked about this yesterday on the EFAP briefly, yeah.
I conceptually remembered him, but didn't realize he was a named character.
Yeah. So yeah, if America really wanted to destroy this small, tiny fleet, if they really wanted to, they could do this easily. I don't know, Japan, if you remember, there was like this thing back in the day. It was like 2 big rockets.
No, we can't talk about those. And they
didn't go that well. Dude, fucking America would wipe the floor with Japan. I'm sorry. Like, why would Japan even think they have any chance?
Yeah, like Japan being aggressive towards the United States would be like, unless in the MCU there's a version of Japan that is like a supreme military power somehow.
Japan is actually really 10 times the size in the MCU.
I mean, like, let's say just every single person in Japan is an elite soldier and they've got an incredible amount of weapons.
Dude, don't give them ideas,
I'm
man.
I'm assuming they're not redrawing the map and giving Japan more land, right? Or is it just, I don't know, Japan invaded Korea, so now both Koreas are also now Japan? And Mongolia too, some of Russia, why not?
But yeah, the Ross gets biggest matters already, and then for some reason Stern decides to call him and just shit talk him some more, so he gets even more angry. And I'm just, bro, just take off the headset. What are you doing?
Yeah, that was bugging me so much that he just wouldn't take it off. It's like he's essentially just being trolled into hulking out.
Yeah,
like, come on. Well, that's the thing, though. Like, even if you just wanted him to hulk out, just be like, yeah, I just killed Betty.
Yeah, that would be an easy way to make him hulk out.
Like, that's what I mean. It's like, what? Like, how are you just like missing the thing that could instantly infuriate him? It's like, no, I want Betty to think less of him. It's like, yeah, but if he thinks she's dead and does crazy shit, she's still alive to see that.
Mm-hmm. You mad, bro? Get out of me head, man. I don't
know this technology. So like, I could just take this off. What do you mean?
Get out
I'm still in the middle of a call.
I can't think no more, man. Get out of me head. That's another good meme I can build in the video. Damn, I need to remember that. I need more smiling friends in my life. That brings me joy.
Oh yeah, it's such a good show.
Love it.
I did want to mention very, very quickly too, this whole scene with them going back and forth with the jets, it just feels like it goes on way too long.
Oh, it takes forever.
Yeah.
He could just send fake photos of Hulk and Betty in compromising situations in the middle of a conference.
While he's Hulk out.
I was like, oh. Hulk smash.
God. The mechanics of that are just confusing.
But yeah, he's like in the on the carrier, and he's kind of getting big mad, starting to like crunch like a thing at the wall. But before he can get all the mads and get hulky, El Capitano saves the day, and we're fine. And it's really weird because this whole scene feels like the finale. Everything how it's set up. We have the big opposing forces. We have a time limit. We even have the carrier as like the arena you could use for the big boss fight. But that's not where we end the movie. It just feels completely wrong. Yeah.
I mean, like, even if you wanted to have the big Hulk scene happen here, like, you also do have the big Celestial Island that can act as the final boss arena. Just have it be that Japan has the thing set up there Red Hulk jumps over to the island and starts fucking up a bunch of the Japanese soldiers, and Captain America has to save them.
And there's also kind of a funny scene where Stern realizes his plans have been foiled, and then he screams. He's like, "Ah!"
Yeah, I mean,
it's just really funny. But he has a contingency plan. Don't worry.
Fuck! I didn't troll him hard enough. God.
Ah, damn it! I should have sent those memes.
I should have sent the meme where I portrayed the president as the soy jack.
Just points at the base of Echo One's like, oh, Starts is in there. God. And then we cut to Taurus being operated on, and Bucky is here. Hooray!
Turns out he was in this movie after all. Not a great scene.
It's
Nothing really happens.
So, things did happen to my brain. So they talk about, and Sam tells us like, "Oh man, Steve took you. Steve took you because you're someone to aspire to, because you're human and you're doing your best." After Sam warned us we should take in the serum, like Steve or Bucky. Bucky did not take the serum. He was ejected against his will during the Winter Soldier program. You fucking asshole.
Not exactly the same.
Fuck you, Sam. Fuck you.
Didn't even know who he was for 70 years, really.
He was. This one upset me. Like, it really annoyed me. It's like, you're supposed to be homies now, like good friends. And it's like, oh, you should have taken the serum like you did, Bucky. It's like, Bucky should have like, hey, hold on a second. What do you mean?
Yeah, to be fair, I was being frozen, thawed to murder people, and then refrozen. Like, I don't remember making the choice to take the serum, man.
So what they want us to be the takeaway here is basically, Steve took you because you're human, and that means people can actually do the things you do, and because of that, he is better as someone to aspire to than Steve, because Steve was only a symbol to believe in, because he wasn't superpowered, because he was superpowered, Sam isn't. That's crazy.
Okay, like
Steve was okay, go ahead. You go.
Yeah, let's wind back to the beginning of Captain America: The First
yeah.
Avenger, and take a look at the person formerly known as Steve Rogers. Probably the biggest example of just a powerless, normal person you can possibly imagine.
Yes.
Like, this guy cannot win any fight against anyone, but has such a good heart and is so brave that he's willing to throw himself at danger just to save people.
Yes.
That is, like, how is that not something to aspire to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, before he takes any serum, he's still the guy who jumps on the grenade because he thinks it's an active grenade.
He believes so hard that he needs to go to war to destroy the Nazis. He tries to apply for the military, I think like 10 times or something. Like, he tries a lot of times under a different name, even though he knows that's illegal. But he really wants to do his part. And
and he doesn't feel right about doing the support jobs, which, by the way, to run a military, you do need.
Yeah.
Like, you do need people to be doing things like, I don't know, administration at a fucking recruiting center, like all the guys that he was talking to. Those people are in the military as well. Or building weapons, right? Like putting together, I don't know, vehicles. All of that stuff are things that need to happen. But Steve's whole thing was that I will not be able to live with myself if I'm not putting my life on the line like those other people are, because what they're doing, I respect so much that I know that I've got the courage to do it too, so I have to do that. That's Steve's thing. It has nothing to do with the super serum. Like, nothing at all. That only has anything to do with it after they pick him, even though he's the weakest one on the selection course.
Yeah.
He's the one that has the right values that people should be aspiring to. You don't need to be a superhero to have those values either.
Exactly. The superpowers came after his character traits have been, and then they get amplified because he believes he has to use this now to do what he believes in, what he thinks is right. And as he puts it a couple of times, to beat up bullies. because he doesn't like bullies.
Yeah.
God, it's such a good movie.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
His
now you're trying to tell me
is his courage.
You're trying to tell me now that that's something that's less to aspire to against someone or like Sam, who
what doing an SL1 run against fucking Marvel villains because why take the serum? That'll just make me look like I caved.
Why would I aspire to someone who I just saw someone break the arm of John Walker, who just lost his, I assume, best friend, mourning him after a mistake that was more of an optical problem than anything else. This is someone I need to aspire to because he behaves like a child, because he's angry that there's a new Captain America that's not Steve, after he was like, I don't want to be Captain America. Like, why the fuck would I look up to Sam with this information? So fucking stupid.
The only reason he didn't want to be Captain America too is just like, oh, no, like I'm not as good as him, so therefore I shouldn't do it. It's like, well, I mean, if like a new version of the super serum is on the table, and you're just be like, yeah, but I'm not taking that though. Yeah. It's like, well, I mean, how hard are you trying to be Captain America then, really? And I mean, ultimately, if taking the super soldier serum is an option for people now, like it's not just God, what's his name? Fucking Stanley Tucci, the doctor, Ernst File. It's a difficult name to say. Anyways, if it wasn't like him dying was supposed to be the end of the super soldier serum, and then that was it. They've clearly got it now because it's like in Falcon and the Winter Soldier and stuff. So if that's just on the table and people can actually take it if they just decide to, like Falcon is apparently voluntarily not deciding to do. Erskine, yeah, that's it. Then like how come you can't aspire to just be Captain America? If it was like, well, I don't become one of these Navy SEALs who clearly are not effective in the MCU, but maybe if I'm a really good normal soldier and would make a name for myself there, will they maybe say, hey, why don't you take this super serum? And therefore, I just hate this movie so much.
And I said it before. I said it earlier.
It's breaking my brain.
Sam has so much insano tech right now, which makes him basically invincible at the moment.
Yeah.
And arguably more powerful than Steve or Bucky could ever be.
Yeah, but that's available to everyone. You can just go to Walmart and grab one of those.
Like, we just not even factor this in because we can't. It's like, oh, you can be like him. All you need is friends in Wakanda and someone who built you all this tech and the funding to get it. And
yeah, and a solid decade of like experience flying like jetpack wings.
Yeah, it's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what fucking Steve Rogers was, and that they make fucking Bucky say that is just cherry on top.
Yeah,
and it doesn't stop here, because why would Sam even want the serum right now? If he would have had the serum, that wouldn't have fucking helped Taurus. Taurus yeeted himself into a fucking rocket like a retard. Like, no serum helps.
yeah, that's true.
No serum
would have killed Steve.
No serum helps you with people's recklessness and stupidity. Like, what do you want to do? Maybe you shouldn't have showed him to fucking yeet yourself at rockets. Or maybe you could and give him like a vibranium thing. Like, what are you doing? And I'm still not done with the scene, because someone in the chat just pointed this also out. Bucky is running for Congress. He wants to be a congressman.
Yeah.
Why? What?
I don't know. Clearly something's gonna happen because he's in fucking Thunderbolts.
Yeah, but how the fuck is this?
Unless he's just the congressman who's telling them what to do. I don't know. Is he in the trailer? I haven't seen it.
He's just in there as Bucky. He doesn't wear a suit or anything. Like, how the fuck is he even allowed to? He killed JFK and Tony Stark's parents.
Yeah, now he's running for office.
He's like, I'm going to be a congressman. It's like, no, you fucking won't. Like,
the real battles out here in Washington, Metal.
He also has foreign technology from Wakanda on his arm, which might have fucking spy stuff in it. They already showed that they have a way to just deactivate the arm with some fucking voodoo magic with their hands that just makes it fall off. And Bucky didn't even know that they could do this. So I don't know what else is in that fucking arm, but Jesus.
Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder what kind of failsafes are in Sam's wings and stuff.
Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
And they just drop him out of the sky if he pisses Wakanda off.
They just automatically detach.
Also, just him being a congressman, I don't know where the fuck that even comes from. It definitely doesn't come from Captain Soldier Man and Falcon guy.
The line for it is really bad, too, because she's just like, there goes future Congressman Bucky Barnes. It's like, what?
Thanks, exposition lady.
What do you mean?
I like, honestly, the only thing I can read it as is an excuse as to why he's not the sidekick in this movie. After being the titular Winter Soldier in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier show, in which they were a 2-person team, really.
Yeah. So. Yeah, good.
But the
stuff.
good news is he has kind of a good motivational line that they then immediately undercut by telling him that someone else wrote it for him. Because Marvel,
I forgot about that. You got to get in our little.
This is like be the
jokes
change you
that
want to
ruin
see. It's
everything.
like it's something like that, and then he's like, "That's good. Someone write that for you." He's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, it's funny
Like,
because
does it work?
it's like, oh, like in like just looking at it as like an acting performance without context, like, oh, this is like a normal scene-ish, even though all the context is retarded. And then they just can't help themselves. It's like, oh, did your speech guy help you with this? Like, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Fucking assholes. Anyway, remember Bradley? He's now facing a possible death sentence and goes in front of a jury tomorrow.
Oh my god.
It's like, oh wow, that's fast. Pretty sure this would take forever, but you know.
Yeah, that's. When was his trial exactly?
That was off screen. Don't worry about it. That's all we get.
We're gonna get Matt Murdock in there.
I wish.
Help Spider-Man. So.
Next scene is fucking hilarious, by the way. We go to military man Dennis the Menace, and he gets a call from a guy, and says, "Yo, those pills, they're flamed up with gamma radiation." He's like, "Oh, okay, that's crazy. I need to make a call," meaning he needs to call Captain America. Again, he's still at this military base in Norfolk or whatever. And for some reason, and he has no reason to do this, he goes up some stairs or like a hill, and he wants this call cab, but Stearns is just here and waits for him, and he uses like a stun device and tells him, "I can't let you do that," and then he presses another button and stops the guy's heart with the device. And when he asks him, "Who are you?" he says, "I'm the hero." And then he leaves. That's the scene.
Yeah, it's. I remember watching this and thinking, "Oh, I don't even know this guy's name."
Yeah, he's called Dennis apparently. It's just hilarious. He's just there. I assume they want us to believe he calculated that. He walked from the admiral's house to the base or drove there. Waited for Dennis to come up there. It's like, nah, can't let you do that. Let me press my heart-stopping device. And then he kills him, and then he just leaves.
It's really weird, too, because he over-explains what the device does and why, and how he's going to kill him with it. It's like, why are you wasting time on all this? Just kill him.
Yeah.
Just get it over with.
It's a hilarious scene, because he just leaves. And if he wouldn't have gone up here, nothing of this would have happened. But that's the scene. That's it. It's fucking funny as shit. I guess this just works because it's calculations. There you go. I saved it for you.
Yeah, that's how he got onto a fucking military base while they're in the middle of doing like a training exercise. Yeah. He could just walk into that, no problem.
Then we get a scene where Ross calls his daughter, and it's really nice and wholesome, and I'm sure nothing horrible will happen next. It's legit. It's just a scene where they talk to each other. It's like, oh, we should go to... Remember those cherry blossoms? It's like, we should go there and have a walk and do a little talk. He's like, yeah, that would be nice. That's the scene. It's basically like, oh, something horrible is gonna happen next, isn't it? We see Sam leaving the hospital, I think it was, and Stearns lets himself get captured because Sam foiled his plans, and now he has forced his hand because he ruined his big finale at Celestial Island. And in order to make his plans work, he needs to have to be captured. Which I don't know why that's the case. All he does here, he doesn't need to be captured for. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
You see, it's really interesting when the villain smarter than everyone let themselves be captured.
Well, the funny thing is, like, the funny thing is, he says he has to
on the internet, essentially.
He needs to let himself be captured in order to make this plan work. But all he does is blast the audio on the stereo or the megaphones or whatever they were. The speakers. I guess you say speakers. What is wrong with me?
I can only hack into this this White House PA system from inside a prison.
Again, he has mind control powers. Use those. Leak the files.
No.
Do anything. You don't need to be captured at all. In this whole movie, there was no reason for him to even come out of his hiding. They feel like they did Zemo again. Was like, look how smart this plan was. Like, no, he's a fucking idiot. He's a bumbling retard. What are you doing? What the fuck? He's so fucking dumb.
It's one of the writing things I hate the most of, like, here's our super duper smart character. He's smarter than everyone else. He's outsmarting everyone. And he's just like the dumbest character in the movie.
It's fucking hilarious how stupid he is.
Fucking annoying.
It's when stupid people try to write smart characters, it just always goes like this.
Yeah.
Because obviously his plan is still just destroy Ross's history and make him turn into Red Hulk and fuck shit up, I guess. And then he has this big speech. He's like, I'm a peacemaking president. Peace is happening. Treaty went through. Everything is great. Woohoo. And everyone is like, yay. But no one asks the question, yeah, but what about this war that almost happened when you guys fought in the sea? That happened like 2 minutes ago on screen time. Are we gonna address? No? Okay.
Memory hold already.
Yeah. And then Stern plays the audio of him and Ross on the phone from earlier in the movie, which makes Ross really angry, and then he turns into the Red Hulk. And still, I don't know why he did to have to turn himself in for that. He could have done this ages ago.
Well, it looks like he had the system like pre-hacked already. It seems like it's a recording that's playing.
Also, the funny thing is, we're like in fucking sci-fi MCU universe. All the president, anything has to do is like, oh yeah, this is like faked. This is AI generated. Like this is fucking bullshit. I don't even know why you would believe that. This is like such a non-issue the way he did it. It's just hilariously bad. Also, he told Sam about all of this right before he turns into the Red Hulk, so Sam has enough time to get a suit and be there in time to stop Hulk to do more damage than he already can do. My not so big brain hurts.
Why tell Sam at all? Like
exactly. Just turn yourself in and don't say anything. It's like, oh, here I am.
You ruined my plan, so I'm going to tell you about my next plan a little.
One of the things that stood out to me is when he finally all the like Secret Service and everyone there starts shooting at him.
Yeah.
Shouldn't a Hulk be like, hey, we know what these things are now because we've had one on our team for years. Bullets aren't going to do anything to him. Your 9mm, it's nothing to him.
Well, what's also funny is it's the Secret Service, and they start shooting at the president really quickly. It's like, oh, should there be like a bit of hesitation?
No, maybe some running? What is the Glock doing to the fucking Hulk? You people are aware of Hulks. That's not the first one.
Yep.
They don't even move away a little bit. Like, this almost makes it very clear that, like, okay, this was shot in a volume that was clearly not a very big one, because the Secret Service lady takes, like, maybe 3 steps backwards. Like she doesn't even get like a football field away before attempting to engage with the fucking Hulk.
Yeah.
Jojo, I wouldn't like Jojo when she's angry.
I agree with your dog. That's
Someone
how I'm
must
feeling
have
right now.
Someone must have really wanted an excuse to shoot him. Like, there's this one guy who just sees this happen, he's like, oh, fucking finally. But don't worry, Sam is here basically just in time. And then we have a fight between Sam and the Red Hulk, where Sam probably should have died like 4 times or something.
At least.
More than 4.
But,
Jojo, it's okay.
you know, concussions don't exist. Vibranium is just absorbs everything, including just the brute force. There's like a part where he just uses it as like bubbles himself in a bubble shield, if that's a thing, I don't know. Like, he just puts the wings in front of it in the shield, and Red Hulk just starts fucking smashing onto them over and over and over again, while, you know, he's holding him back. I mean, he has like a little bit the wings anchored in, but also his feet on the ground, and he's getting stomped into the ground. So his legs are mush.
Like, Jojo.
It's
Joe?
what else do we have here? Yeah, he just blocks. Oh yeah, there's like this one scene where the Red Hulk swings a pole at some soldiers, and he just blocks it with his hands. Sam does.
Yeah, that's one thing that stood out to me. 'Cause even if like the gloves were vibranium and you want to explain it away by magic metal, the actual fingers are still fucking exposed. They're bare.
Oh, that's I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that's it's
Must make catching that vibranium shield pretty comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, yeah.
Also, during the fight, Sam keeps charging the wings, but he doesn't use them except all the way at the end. I don't know why he wouldn't use this all the way through to keep him off of him, basically.
I mean, yeah, you'd figure the vibranium purple force return thing would be your number 1 weapon in this fight.
Also, what he uses here, he has like vibranium feathers going on.
Yes, I was about to mention that.
Into the Hulk, which I guess works.
Yeah, like,
he can penetrate the Hulk with the vibranium stuff, which is like, oh, okay. Like, he even cuts him with the wings. It's like, Jesus.
try to hit him in the eyes, I guess. I don't know.
Like, yeah, I'm just surprised that this is so effective. Because, like, you know what? It's just surprising he gets to fight him as effectively as he does without fucking getting annihilated.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all that Sam isn't like immediately dead after almost any given exchange between the two of them in this fight.
Yeah. Yeah, the vibranium quills annoyed me because it's like, where are they coming from? You don't like the wings look like solid metal. Like, it's not a bunch of little pieces put together that you could just shoot the quills from.
Jojo,
so they just
suns get real low, little girl.
they're just kind of coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I want to mention it too because I keep seeing it in the trailer you've got on loop. That scene where Red Hulk throws the car at him and he slices it in two. It's like, okay, those 2 pieces are still going to hit you. They're not just going to like separate perfectly to avoid you.
No, that's Hero Man. They always separate that way when you're Hero Man. Yeah, it's there's so many instances in here. I'm not gonna go for like everything one by one, but
oh yeah, there's too many.
He is so super duper dead. There's no way he survives this. Like, at one point,
not to mention, they also even kind of undercut the exchange he has with Bucky, where he's like, I should have taken that serum. Bucky's full of shit.
Oh yeah, he does say that. It's like, oh, so okay. Do you want it or not?
Yeah,
what do you?
So you were thinking what all of us were thinking, and like, and now that whole scene is totally useless, even though it was already a little weird.
Mm-hmm. Also, luckily, all of, like the helicopters and stuff you see in these scenes, they're all unmanned, so miraculously, no one is getting killed during this encounter. That's crazy.
That bugs me about those helicopters too. Why do they fly them point blank range to Red Hulk so they can be destroyed easily?
Yeah, we're gonna have carnage and destroy the White House and have explosions and everything. because
If anything,
big
you should
action
be
scene.
like, okay, who do we got? Like, let's call in Doctor Strange. Can he portal here? Wong. Like, can we get any ultra powered person here immediately?
Yeah,
Like, no. Falcon's got this.
Falcon's got this. Sam has the technology. But yeah, at one point he gets him to a road with cherry blossoms to have the very obvious fucking payoff. But also not.
Which I mean, like, also like having it be cherry blossoms, having most of the movie involve a conflict with Japan, and the cherry blossoms not being in Japan when they work is weird.
Yep.
Are there even cherry blossoms in America? Like, is that something that you can regularly find?
I don't know. Fucking, they like to walk there, so shut up. Also, you would have.
I mean, like, maybe I'm actually asking. I'm not saying there isn't, but
Yeah.
like, it's like sakura, like, you know, that word. It's very often used. Like, cherry blossoms are kind of a common thing that you see in Japanese gardens and stuff.
I can imagine them like growing some here, like taking the seeds and growing some in America, I guess, just to have them because they like look neat.
Cherry blossoms at the White House. Oh yeah, they're real. That's,
Okay.
that's a thing.
Fair
They
enough.
were a gift from Japan. Yeah, that seems.
But they're not even at the White House when this happens. Though. They leave the White House. In fact, his plan is to get him far away from the White House. He's like, let's lead him over here. Trust me. I know
Well,
where
he
there's some
found.
Sakuras.
Luckily, he found more. They Chekhov's cherry blossoms, or something. Also, you would expect Betty to turn up here to talk him down, but she does show up in this movie, but only all the way at the end in epilogue mode. So,
And she very easily could have been like a CG version of Liv Tyler too.
So it's-
only seen like through a window and just like a line.
yeah, the thing is, it looks really, really bad, which makes me believe she was supposed to talk him down in another scene. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, maybe they're like, no, this is too much like the Ang Lee Hulk movie.
So yeah, he goes basically toe to toe for a while with the Hulk. Hulk crushes his helmet at some point with his hand, so
Yeah, and his head doesn't go with it.
the head doesn't go with it. No, that's true. That's also true.
The helmet collapses in on itself, but the head is unharmed.
You know what you don't understand? It's nanotech, so it just keeps it away from his head.
Oh, so it wasn't actually breaking; it was just reforming around the
Yeah.
Hulk fingers.
See, tricked you too, you fool. God, I hate MCU so much.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, like,
So-
I'm honestly it's difficult to even be happy about the fact that there's a Daredevil show coming out soon because I'm just like, but where, like, it's existing in this pile of shit though.
So now he has only one wing left. It's still vibrating with the vibranium, and they charge at each other, and he stabs the wing into the Hulk, and then it's like a massive vibranium explosion. Like the aftermath of it is like absolute carnage. Sam is like under a lot of rubble. Again, he's dead. He's super dead.
He killed like 40 people in the radius.
Every organ should be liquefied. Every bone should be splinters.
Yes. It's
He's got like the berserker armor, like guts, where it's just like spikes go through the bones to hold them together, and he doesn't feel pain while he's in it.
in the original cut, Ross died from that. Yeah, I heard about that. It's funny, but they just put him on the raft, probably never to be seen again. So that's hilarious.
Well, apparently, you cannot kill a Hulk by blowing it up from the inside.
Nope. It's just funny that he's able to even like penetrate him with the wings. I think that's bullshit.
It makes you think the shield should be doing a hell of a lot more damage, right?
Yeah.
Because I
yeah.
mean, you know, John Walker was able to like pierce skin with it.
But yeah, the Hulk is still intact. He gets up, and then Sabbath is like, "You remember who you are. You can change. To forget about your daughter." And he turns back into Ross, and the fight is over. We saved the day.
He depleted his health bar enough that Talk No Jutsu works.
So yeah. It's blah blah blah. You could always change and prove it to everyone. Then Betty, and he catches a cherry blossom in his hand, and then he turns back to the fucking president. That's it. That's all the conflict done, because now we go we go to epilogue mode. Because, yay, Bradley is out, woohoo, and he gets his suit, how exciting, look, wow.
That suit means a lot to him. This was the best payoff of the entire movie.
They even cleaned it for him. They accept him now, wow, or something, I don't know. The White House is getting restorations, and everything is fucking awesome, it's great. The treaty is being done, yay. Oh, it's all so good. Yeah. Then we see Sam talking to Stern on the raft, saying it's been increasing the gamma dosage over the years. So it's been years. I don't know when he decided to fuck him over, but it's been a while already, and I don't know how this fits in any timeline. Then Ross is also on the raft. He is taken responsibility and has given up the presidency. I'm not entirely sure what he took responsibility for, if it was everything he did to the people, or the Hulk thing, or whatever happened with Big Brainiac Man over here. I don't know.
I guess the conspiracy and wrongfully imprisoning Isaiah, even though he
maybe that
he didn't do anything, was probably enough to make it so that, like, okay, he's taking responsibility for that. Because I guess the immediate assumption from people watching the movie would be that, oh, he's there because he's the Red Hulk. Where it's like, well, I mean, we know that the Hulk doesn't really have a lot of control over what he's doing when he's the Hulk. Like, it took Bruce Banner a long time to be able to have conscious action in Hulk form. So
yeah.
I don't know that would be the reason he'd be there, but it would be the reason he's in the raft.
Well, I think that's what they want us to believe, because Ross points out some nice big walls here. But he just he annihilated vibranium wings and everything. That thing is not going to stop him. And if he gets out of this, that's just a bad time for everyone who's working here underwater.
Don't they have, like, suits on that, like, kind of dampen their powers or something like that, though?
Maybe.
Kind of remember that being a thing, but maybe I'm making that up.
So yeah, I don't know if he can even being held there, but I guess that's the idea. But hey, Betty is here. She is in the movie. And she's like, hey, gotta talk now. Yeah, that would be nice. And it's all so cool and wholesome. And I'm pretty sure this is the last time we'll ever see any of those two ever again.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this conversation that the movie was kind of leading to, as far as Ross's arc goes, they hardly say anything to each other, too.
Yeah.
Like, it's an exchange of, like, 2 lines.
And it's a really bad looking scene. Like, it's very bad green screen CGI.
80% chance it's, like, deep fake Liv Tyler. We just need your likeness. Don't worry, we'll take care of it.
By the way, we also have no idea who the vice president is right now, so we don't know who is in charge, because they probably don't know themselves yet. So we'll see if that's ever going to be
a character in this movie in which the president was almost assassinated.
And then we have some wrap up with Taurus, who is in the hospital. It's like blah blah. Look how good friends they are. Look at the banter. But I don't care because they're boring. And they keep glazing Sam. Because Taurus is like, man, you have no superpowers. You have to nail it like every time. And then Sam basically says like, yeah, I nailed it every time. And if you don't nail it every time, you gotta.
My favorite hero was Falcon.
If you don't nail it every time, you got a small cock and everything. That's what he says. It's funny because he failed plenty of times. He got wrecked by Ant-Man. He lost to Bucky when they were trying to stop the Carriers in Winter Soldier.
Lost to Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. He fucked up plenty of times, so I don't know what the fuck they're saying. Also, just don't do that. Don't make your hero say, yeah, I've never fuck up. I'm awesome.
Yep.
Unless you're like some anti-hero man that's supposed to be this way.
It just makes them sound like a dick. Like,
yeah.
But I think though that the weirdest payoff in this movie is probably when he tells them how to do the actual like spin wing kick thing.
Yeah, you need
He's
to
like,
do
okay,
the.
so you run forward and then you hit the thrusters right before you kick. It's like, no shit. Like, what, do you think you would hit the thrusters after you kick?
Yes.
Like, how was Torres unable to figure that out? That was the thing. Is like, oh shit. Okay. Why is that news to you, man?
Maybe he's not very smart, but he also tells him, "Oh, you need to get better though, because we need to build the Avengers." Like, yay! You need to be Falcon. And then Torres asks, "Hey, can you hook me up with like better armor? I wouldn't be here if not." He doesn't say that, but that's why. And then I think Sam says, "Oh, that's such a Miami thing to say." It's like, no, get me better armor, you fucking piece of shit.
You know, like for real. I was in critical condition.
Yeah.
Like, I had brain surgery like a little bit ago. Like, seriously, do you have a hookup where I can get some better armor? Especially if you're gonna make me a fucking Avenger.
Yeah. God, fucking Taurus. I hate him so much.
God.
And that's the end of the movie, but we have one credit scene where he talks to
post-credit scene maybe in any movie ever.
Where he talks to him and he's like, you're all heroes. I don't know, what are you gonna do against the others? They're coming. I seen it in the calculations. It's not the only universe. And fucking Sam should be like, yeah, I know that. We like went back in time before and everything.
Fought all sorts of things from other worlds already. Like, what are you even saying right now? And I think people have actually told me that like it's more implying multiverse as opposed to space things. It's like, yeah, okay, but he just says other worlds.
Yeah.
He's like, we share a world, but there are other worlds, and they're coming. Trust me. He's like, yeah, we fought this guy Thanos. He wasn't from Pennsylvania. Right? You know, then there was the Chitauri before that. That was actually like quite a little while before that.
Yeah.
Plus, like, I mean, Ultron technically from here, but pretty large scale as far as the threat he presents. Like, what do you think you're telling me that's going to make me be like, oh, fuck?
I think he just says, I'm ready for it or whatever, and then that ends. It's like, oh, okay. I think this is supposed to be like the Illuminati or something is the group. They're supposed to be. I think they were supposed to be in this movie, but then they weren't because I don't know why. I don't fucking know.
I mean, like at that point, just don't do a post-credit scene.
Yeah.
Okay? And like, I mean, it wasn't even like a mid-credits one either. It was like the very end. I had to sit in a fucking theater for like 20 minutes to hear them be like, you know, there might be aliens at some point.
No way.
It's like, is Falcon's look of even mild surprise supposed to make us think that he's actually retarded?
It's just funny because the way it probably should have gone is like, alien, what, space? Whoa, hang on. Let me call Captain Marvel. Hey, did you know there's aliens? I know you're currently out in space with aliens.
Like, yeah, we had that big fight on a fucking celestial, okay? Like, we're aware of space beings at this point.
Bruce, did you know there's space aliens?
Me?
I know you got like a Hulk son now, but did you know that? Fucking hell. And that's the movie. Is it fucking horrendous? It's fucking
really,
bad.
really bad.
It's really bad, and it's still
is even okay is wrong.
It's the thing is, if you put it into context of the current MCU, it's middle of the road, which means it's like a 2. Which means, hang on, which means it's like a 2.
Yeah, it might be much. Oh my god, I think I'm just angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
So Sam is not really the main character in this movie. I think I pointed this out earlier. This is actually just a fallout of the Incredible Hulk, and you could switch Sam out for any other Marvel character, and nothing would change with the conflict. It doesn't fucking matter at all.
There'd be fewer air battles, I guess.
Yeah.
Might be a little more realistic final battle where you're not constantly being like, okay, well, he's dead. Like, actually dead. That would have killed him. Mm-hmm. So would that. Also that.
Also, as an end note, it's probably worth mentioning that we can now make Hulks with pills. So
Yeah.
put that on the world building pile.
I guess.
Unironically, the best thing to come from this movie was all the jokes about Red Hulk just being Harrison Ford when you ask about Star Wars.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not worth it. What did it cost?
What happens if you lace the Hulk's pills with PCP? Oh, you don't want to have that crazy
Honestly, the movie
concoction.
would be more interesting. Off the bat, if every time he took one of those pills, he just like started tripping balls and people were wondering what was happening, I'd be more intrigued.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's the movie. We did it. Fucking horrendous. It was really bad. Don't watch it.
I gotta go take some Tylenol.
Jesus. Yeah. Bad stuff. I mean, I think I've said my piece for today. Do you guys have any ending thoughts before we go through the super chats here real quick?
No, I mean, just movie bad.
Movie bad.
Don't watch it. It's not good. It's not because it's Falcon as Captain America. That's the least of this movie's problems. You're not racist if you don't like this movie. You just have eyes, ears, and are able to think.
Exactly what a racist would say.
Hey, man, like honestly, if you've given me just a movie where he's just Falcon and doesn't have all sorts of weird vibranium tech or the shield or anything like that, and is dealing with a manageable threat for Falcon, even one where he has to like struggle really hard to actually be able to overcome, I would be much more interested than, oh well, I mean, there's Hulk and there's a war with Japan brewing and there's a Celestial and there's adamantium, and it's like, guys, pare down the ideas. Focus on a good one. I'm not saying you've got one there to focus on, but just come up with a good one and write around that.
Yeah.
They put so much on their plate in these movies that I don't understand what any of them are thinking.
Yeah.
Like any of the people behind funding these movies, behind trying to market them, it's like they're all just insane and don't have any idea what a good idea is.
Yeah. The cope of this movie is funny as well because they say like, this is the third best grossing Captain America movie. Oh, so I mean it's like the second worst. There's only 4. There's so much cope happening. It's funny. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Like one of the Captain America movies made almost as little money as this. Which one?
I don't remember. Hang on, let me see if I can find this in.
Because I feel like Winter
call.
Soldier and Civil War were like super popular when they came out.
I thought it was Civil War that was similar in terms of money, from what I heard.
No way.
But it's also worth mentioning, like the dollar value.
The first MCU appearance of Spider-Man was one of the MCU failures. I feel like that can't be true.
Third, if you don't adjust for inflation, someone said in chat. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Just if you don't adjust for inflation.
So they like
hang on. So
not
this
adjusted
is
for inflation, even just in raw numbers, this has made more money than Civil War.
This is the headline we talked about yesterday on that EFAB. Captain America: Brave New World's box office officially passes the MCU's biggest bomb's entire gross in just 1 week.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess.
Which means it's not the worst one, guys, but you know, it's still
But
pretty
like,
bad.
no, but like that's the MCU, but like Captain America movies, like that's the part that
maybe it wasn't the Captain America ones. Maybe it's just in general. But yeah, it's just like that headline is actually psychotic. It's like Captain America: Brave New World's box office officially passes the MCU's biggest bombs entire gross in just 1 week.
So it's the 6th least money-making movie in a series that is like what 40 films now,
something like that. So it only took 1 week to not be as bad money-wise as the worst one ever in the MCU. So that's the headlines you have to do. Like this is like that's peak journalism right here.
Why not just just don't write that article? Like,
yeah, maybe
wouldn't that almost be more positive? Is just like not putting a lot of focus on how much money this movie is making.
That's insane. That's fucking
like find some little kid and just be like, we talked to little Billy who says Captain America: Brave New World is his favorite MCU movie. What did you think, Billy? And then let the kid talk. I don't know. That's probably the best way you can do it, because then you're just arguing against an 8-year-old.
Yeah. Oh, well. Bad stuff. Bad stuff. Anyway, let's go through... Oh, go ahead.
You guys ready for Thunderbolts now?
I guess. Dude, I have to watch so many movies in prep for Thunderbolts.
It being worse would be, like, honestly, kind of an accomplishment, I think.
I don't know. Some of the humor in that trailer made me want to die inside.
Well, I mean, I honestly can't remember the last time I was thoroughly entertained by jokes in a Marvel movie, and I think that even probably includes like Guardians of No Way Home.
Oh, I remember when I
rewatched
the first Captain America movies, because they have like normal comedy in them that makes you at least actually laugh.
Yeah. Things like, I mean, the scene I was talking about earlier where Steve jumps on the grenade in like the selection, and then like Tommy Lee Jones just looks at that Ernstein and is like, he's still skinny.
He's still skinny, yeah.
Like that's the kind of joke. It's like, well,
yeah.
I guess that undercuts the serious moment a little bit, but in a way where it's like he's admitting that it's like, yeah, you're right, he is the right choice, but he's small.
Oh well. Let's go for super chats really quick before we get out of here. We got 1 month of membership by Matt Season of the Bearded Flame variety. Thank you very much. And it just says pee pee poo poo. That's the movie.
All right,
you're correct.
Yeah.
And then we got a little bit of a streak by Neem of super chats.
Oh, man. Thank you, Neem.
$10 saying the greatest tragedy of all of this. Bucky has every reason to be Cap, with Falcon acting as a guide to keep him from drifting back into the Winter Soldier. We could have had a solid character piece. I feel like Bucky would have been the obvious choice, with the background fighting Red Skull and then getting brainwashed, trying to redeem himself, struggling with all the things we talked about already. It writes itself almost, the drama you can have and all the conflicts, and would have been 100% more interesting.
Yeah. I mean, even if you did eventually want to make Sam Captain America, I think a movie where Bucky is Cap and then gives Sam the shield at the end, and he's like, no, I'm like, I don't have the like moral temperament for this. Like, I spent too much time as the Winter Soldier. I'd be better as like a Black Ops operative doing the dirtier work.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I'm annoyed by him even showing up in a cameo, because it's like, you could have done something with this character. Instead, he's there for a scene that's basically worthless. So it's like, God.
A scene that annihilates Captain America, basically.
Yeah.
Steve
Also,
Rogers.
Bucky's also the one that's really in need of a new identity, because the Winter Soldier was like a Russian assassin, whereas Falcon, like, there's nothing wrong with Falcon. Falcon was a good character.
Yeah.
Hell, Torres' favorite Avenger was Falcon in this movie.
Yeah. Another $10 by Neem. We could have even have the secret identity come back, come be a factor with Bucky hiding from the public, and only through Sam's guidance does he find strength to stand before the world and reveal himself. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Good stuff. Everything bad happens to you, and everything bad happens to you if the contents of a car battery gets into your body. Yeah.
Oh, who's that one? Is that Neem again?
Yeah. Neem again with $5.
I mean, I can't imagine anything good would happen to you if a car battery, the internals of a car battery mixed with bleach, become aerosolized.
Delicious. And another $2 by Neem. Thank you very much. Petition to throw Taurus into an active volcano. I signed that petition.
Yeah, I'm on board. Do it.
I'll come watch, actually. Got $10 by Slumpy.
Stop him from making jokes, and I'm good, I guess.
Yeah. Got $10 by Slumpy. Thank you very much. Evening, Mr. Mootle. Hello. I see faking your death backfired and a little platoon got your EFAB spot. Yeah, I was ill, and then they just kicked me while I was down. No, it's good. It's fun having him on the EFAB. I mean, I knew that was gonna happen already. I am somewhat of an insider, if you will.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff.
It was news to me, but I was pretty happy that I made the banner art. I was like, I like that.
But yeah, no, it's good stuff, and I said it before. For some reason, we haven't had Platoon on the Forge yet, and there's no real reason why. I just forgot to ask him every time because I'm stupid. And now I won't do it anymore because he stole my spot. Fuck that guy.
Still think we should try to get him for the Judas Forge, though. To
only him as a guest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he'd have the most direct insight into the game, I suppose.
Yeah, I've seen the memes from that EFAP though. There's some really funny memes about me not being a host again. There's some really funny memes. You should check them out on the EFAP Discord. It's good stuff. Had a good laugh. Also, question about Falcon. How do his wings work? Does he have a neural link or is it magic now? I have no idea. Before this, it was just basically really a fancy jetpack. Was my understanding that has like the wings to maneuver. But now it can like throw fucking feathers and do vibranium and everything. So yeah, I have no idea. It's just movie magic, vibranium magic stuff.
like muscle flex control. It's like, okay, I got to do 3 flexes on my right deltoid to throw a little wing.
Maybe, yeah. Platoon is the Falcon to Metal's Bucky. Then we got another $5 by Slumpy. Thank you very much. Do you, Sam, and Sidekick being in the airspace actually prevent the US from using automated missile defense systems that naval ships have now?
Well, I mean, like, I guess, but like there wasn't too many missiles flying, and they had to work pretty hard to stop the ones they did, and one of them still went down. So
yeah,
I don't think that's the best plan.
Let's see. We got $5 by M566. Thank you very much. Can we talk about that Thunderbolts trailer? If those are the best jokes they have, it's gonna be a rough watch. That's
so. I have not watched the trailer, so I cannot talk about that. I guess we can next week.
I've watched it when it came out, and I wasn't impressed. That's all I remember, and it did not make me laugh. No.
I'm at the point with MCU stuff where I hear, "Oh, the trailer for this thing's out." I'm just like, okay.
Okay.
I'll probably be in a movie and then see it just organically the way I used to watch trailers. Like, kind of think of it. I can't even really think of a whole bunch of movie trailers that I would get excited for at all these days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been tuning out a lot.
I think seeing all the slop lately has just made me cynical.
Brave new slob.
Game trailers I get excited about, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll be watching it, but it's not going to be good, I'm afraid.
When is that?
I forgot.
Does anyone know in the chat? Roughly when Thunderbolts comes out? Just a month, even.
Release date. May 2nd.
Okay.
Okay.
We got a bit of time.
Okay. Cool.
You said it was like next week. I'd be like, oh, fuck. Come on.
No, stop it.
Although, I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe it's going to be great.
It has Walker in it. I want to see more of John Walker. He was pretty cool. I liked his character. And now they want me to believe he's like an anti-hero, even though he didn't really do anything wrong. Oh, well. 6 months membership by M8566. Thank you very much. What's the next gaming stream? I will be starting my The Last of Us arc. Probably tomorrow, unless something crazy happens at work, because I'm going back to work tomorrow as well. I should be streaming tomorrow night, starting The Last of Us Part 1. So the next couple of weeks is probably just going to be me streaming fucking Last of Us 1 and 2. So that should be fun stuff. That's probably going to be...
Yay and boo.
As James said earlier, probably about 45 hours of gameplay, I reckon. I know the broad strokes of both of those stories, but I never actually played them. But I watched the show, so I assume there's I know there's a bunch of
competently directed performances in both of them.
Yeah.
So like some of those will be new.
Fuck you, Metal, play Alundra too. It's funny. I went on my Twitch channel because I watched Friggy play some video games and hung out with him while he was playing. And I saw that Alundra was actually like the last game I streamed on Twitch.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's funny. And then we got a membership upgrade by M8566 to Bearded Fleam. Thank you very much. Andrew Valdez with the $5 saying, the thing that bugs me the most is, shouldn't they already know about the multiverse considering what happened with Doctor Strange? 100%. They all know this is a thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's stupid. I don't know what they want me to believe with here. It's like and the other ones. Like, yeah, okay, cool. One of Metal will shred disc halfway through playing. Well, I have a digital version so far, so I would need to break my PS5 in half. I did get the remaster version though, because that's only $20. I'm not gonna pay full price for a remaster with less content.
Meaning the PS4 version of The Last of Us remastered, not the PS5 Last of Us Part 1.
That's
quote quote.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. $10 by Andrew Valdez. Thank you very much. Also, shouldn't old Captain America Biden be alive since he still has the serum in him? He should live till like 100, perhaps even past that.
Wait, didn't they mention that he died in one of the things?
Did they? I don't remember that. He could still help and give
advice. I feel like I remember someone at some point saying, "Yeah, Steve, if Steve were still here or something." I don't know. I don't have the citation either.
Yeah, he could still help and give advice, but I bet they forgot. The thing is, they just want us to believe he doesn't want to do anything with hero stuff at all, which is, it's still. I can't believe they did this. Just Cap just staying behind and just because he wants to chill with Peggy. It's like, fuck off. The whole thing with Captain America and Steve Rogers specifically is like, he's gonna fight till it's over. If he's leaving, he's going out dead or of old age after he fight or can't fight anymore. Him just being like, no, I'm done with fighting, and I'm not gonna tell anyone in this world that things are happening.
Impossible to argue that Steve Rogers let 9/11 happen.
It's hilarious. It's so fucking funny. And then we got another $2 by Neems just saying, please don't ruin Walker. That's all I ask. Yeah, same.
Well, you can never... no one's safe in modern MCU. It's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit nervous for Daredevil.
Yeah, sex with Peggy changed him. Maybe he got a little Peggy'd.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Like, looking at her, I don't think you need to get that adventurous for it to be enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are the Super Chats. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
And, well, that's that. In that case, Cree, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for joining the Fleams.
No problem. Thank you for inviting me. I had a good time.
Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Before we get out of here, tell the good people in chat, what are you up to? What's happening? What are you flim-flamming about?
Well, I was supposed to get 2 videos done this month, but I've been sick for the past 2 weeks as well, so those have been delayed. But I'm doing a quick review of Starfield's amazing DLC.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, absolute 10 out of 10.
I'm sure that fixed all the issues with the game and made it actually playable and fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh god, it's so good. I'm also doing a video talking about a common piece of historical revisionism with Fallout. The whole Fallout was never serious that you get anytime you try to talk about how the tone of the franchise has been ruined.
Right.
And besides that, I've just got numerous projects in the background that I'm working on. I stream games when I can. So yeah.
Nice. Well, the link is down below. Go check it out. Fun stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah. Marc, you did a little stream last week to fill in for the Forge. How did that go? I haven't checked that out.
Forge supplement where John C. Graham, Miss Slaughter, and I played some Echo Point Nova, which was quite fun. It's a shooter with some kind of Titanfall-ish move mechanics and destructible environments, and you're on a hoverboard. You got a grappling hook. It's good fun. As far as next, I might be doing a gaming stream on Thursday, March 6th, because that'll be my birthday, and I figure, what the hell, I'll play some games on my channel for my birthday. And I haven't decided what I'm playing yet, but I have been chipping away at a script, so I guess I'm kind of dipping my toe back in the YouTube pool. But
let's go.
I guess don't be thinking any timelines for anything yet, because I don't want to psych myself
2 new videos next week. Let's go.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, I guess if you want to sub to my channel and put notifications on, you will not be bothered until the 6th of March. I promise.
Well, there you go.
It's a Thursday.
Good stuff. Well, for me, I also just came back from a big flu. Just getting back in the saddle. Been doing tons of notes about this movie. I mean, I said it before. I'm actively working on a video on this one. So that's probably going to be my next 2 or 3 weeks, hopefully not longer, because I do want to get it out not too long from now, because I want to work on more stuff and don't want to spend my time forever and ever with this movie. But that's what I'll be doing. Yeah, as I just said, I'm starting my The Last of Us gaming arc. So the plan is to start tomorrow. If that doesn't happen for any reason, it's probably going to be on Tuesday or whatever. So yeah, that's the things I've been doing. For people who are wondering about the Rings of Power reviews, those are basically on ice. I just don't have the capacity to do all those things at once. I feel like the triple episode release at the beginning broke the neck of that from the get-go, but I didn't see it yet, just because of time. It's just like I started and was immediately behind. Maybe I'll revive that series when the new season comes out. Maybe if I'm not working on anything else, maybe I'll finish that up and tie that into the next season or whatever. We'll see, but yeah, I'd rather focus on other things right now, and I have to take the L and the ego hit on that one, because it's just not feasible for me right now, I'm afraid. But yeah, that's that. Back to the usual shenanigans, and I don't know what else is going on. If I do any, I don't know, EFAP stuff or whatever. I mean, it wasn't EFAP yesterday. I mean, I get pulled into the mines every once in a while, so you never know where I show up. Sometimes people just want me to be around or whatever. I don't know why I rambled on that so much. You guys know about that already.
He's a handy German.
I am a handy German. In that case, yeah, again, thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's been fun.
Yeah.
I will probably see you
It was
tomorrow.
horrible for me, but I enjoyed having an audience, so thanks. Thank you for joining anyways, and watching my pain.
And yeah, I actually don't know what we're doing next week yet. We'll figure it out. Maybe something chill, because I'll be working on the video. But yeah, you'll see what it's going to be, and it's going to be fun in the bun. In any case, I wish everyone a good night or a good morning or wherever you are, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Sayonara.
All right.